The meeting of the Board of Education is now called to order. Roll call, Geiger.
Present.
Meek.
Here.
Moore.
Present.
Myers.
Here.
Thompson.
Here.
Williams here. Weiniger.
Here.
Great, Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great, on to item number 4, recognition of outgoing board committee members. DCSD Spotlight. Superintendent Kane.
Okay, good evening, board members, public. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Tonight, we are recognizing the amazing volunteers and community members who have served on our Douglas County School District board committees. These individuals have completed their service, and we want to take a moment to recognize and thank them for volunteering many, many hours to advise our Board of Education and ultimately to serve our school district and our children. We recognized the outgoing members of the Student Advisory Committee last month. So today we will be recognizing the outgoing members of the District Accountability Committee, Long Range Planning Committee, and the Mill Bond Ad Hoc Oversight Committee. The Fiscal Oversight Committee, all of the members on FOC are continuing, so there are no outgoing members, so we're not trying to leave them out. Thank you to the FOC. As these folks have completed their service, many of the committee members couldn't be here tonight, but we still felt it was really important to recognize them publicly. So I'm going to start with the District Accountability Committee. And even though he is one of the outgoing board members, I still would like to have Committee Chair Chester Shaw come join me, along with board liaisons Director Meek and President Williams come on up and help us recognize our outgoing committee members. And so I'll read your name again, Chester. Come on up. All right. So we would like to invite to come join us, if you're here, Irene Borisoff, Becky Krug, Kelly Pointer, and of course, Chester Shaw, and Jeanette Simonson Gerlink, if you're here. All right, and then I want to personally thank both of you for all of your incredible hard work, but I wanted to give all of you a chance to talk a little bit, and especially have our board members given an opportunity to talk a little bit about what your services meant.
Yeah, we actually received an email today from the vice chair of DAC who couldn't be here. So I want to share what her comments were first. So this is from our vice chair, Chester. Thank you for your steady leadership all these years. Your desire to do what is right for all students is evident in your commitment to leading the District Accountability Committee, as well as being on other committees. The way you have helped push us forward and supported all DAC members is admirable. I know you will continue to be involved, and for that, I am grateful. Those were Lisa's words, and I think she did a fantastic job of sharing her appreciation for all that you did, and I wanted a member of the committee to speak. I think what I would add is, the whole time I've been on DAC, you've been the chair, and you have led that committee, which is meant to be a representative voice of the district through the most tumultuous time in recent history for education. And throughout that time, you were dedicated to serving our district, and you showed up and you fulfilled all the responsibilities of the chair for that committee. And it was no easy task. And I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for all that you've done. Since we only have Kelly here as well, we have some words from Lisa on Kelly. Kelly, thank you really isn't enough for all you've contributed to DAC and DCSD for the many years you chose to be involved because you care about public education. Your voice and engagement in every facet of this district will truly be missed. I hope you can look back and appreciate what you contributed because it is really something to be proud of. Kelly, I've known you for a long time as a parent and a volunteer. You've shown up to school accountability committee meetings and DAC meetings and have volunteered your time. And you are a force for public education and truly will miss you.
So I wanted to say that obviously I have only been a liaison for just the last few months, but Chester, to you, you were on the DAC when I was a member of the DAC. And so I've seen you in action for a lot of years, and I know your commitment to the DAC. And I actually don't think you've ever missed a meeting that I have ever been a part of. So that speaks a lot because of your dedication. So thank you so much for that. And to you, Kelly, I've only known you, over the last couple of years, but seeing you in your DAC role just for the past few months, but I can say I have been very impressed with how much time you put into everything that you bring forward to the DAC. Anytime that there's something that the board asks of the committees that you've been a part of or the subcommittees, you've always put in a ton of work and time, and that is evident in what you bring back. So thank you so much for your dedication. And thank you to the whole DAC, and obviously Irene and everybody else who's not here. I know Becky and all of that. So just thank you to all members of the outgoing DAC, and
You'll be missed.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You're both amazing. Thank you. Thanks, Chester.
Okay, next up is the Long Range Planning Committee. The Long Range Planning Committee studies our school district sites, boundaries, and capital needs. In fact, we will be hearing from them later tonight. The outgoing Long Range Planning Committee members, if you're here, we're going to have them join you up front. But first, I'd like to invite the chair, Larry Mugler, to come on up, along with board liaisons, Director Moore and Director Geiger. And then we'd like to invite Megan McDonald and Jamie Wolf. I don't believe either of them are here tonight, but I wanted to, in case they're watching, I wanted to give all three of you an opportunity to just say some words for our outgoing LRPC members.
As most of you know, that before I took the dais, I was a longtime member and sometime chair of the Long Range Planning Committee. Megan McDonald was one of the most dedicated, one of the hardest working members of that committee. Someday come to a Long Range Planning Committee, and that committee not only gets into the weeds of policy, it sometimes gets into the seeds on the weeds. And Megan was always there for any discussion. She brought a great deal of common sense. She brought a great deal of concern for the children to the committee. Whenever we would get involved in a detailed discussion about recommendations, she was almost always the one to bring us back to why is this best for the kids. And she was an incredibly valuable member. She didn't choose to leave long range planning. She just had to move. And she would have been, I think, a valuable contributor for a number of more years. Megan was a big loss to the Long Range Planning Committee. She will be difficult to replace, and it was an honor and a pleasure to serve with her for as long as I did.
So Megan and Jamie, both outstanding members of the Long Range Planning Committee. And for those of you that don't have a tremendous insight of the Long Range Planning Committee, which I didn't until I joined a couple of months ago, it's an impressive group of people who show up month in, month out. They crunch a significant amount of data to try to give guidance to the school district on how best to organize the schools and the children and deal with transportation and make recommendations back to the district on what's really in the best interest of all the families that are affected by growth and decline, for that matter. It's a tremendous amount of work, a lot of data analysis, and it's all done by people who want to do a good job, leave it better than they found it, and they do it all for free. And I'm highly impressed by all of them. I'm impressed how much work they put into this day in and day out and how much dedication they have. They show up every month to make sure that we as a board are on our toes and not letting anything slip through the cracks. And it's all because of the committee members, so really proud of them.
I guess I can add on Megan. Megan has served as vice chair the last 2 years while I've been chair and have been a great support to me in organizing and putting together our agendas and running meetings. And I can comment on Jamie as well. Jamie has been the chair of our subcommittee on bylaws, and I know that's on the agenda tonight as well. And we told him he couldn't leave until the bylaws were approved. So we kept him on at least 4, 5, 6, 7 months longer than he probably wanted to be there while we wrestled with the bylaws. And we may have to have him come back as we work on them again. So they were both very important members of the committee and both moved out of town, so no longer eligible to be part of the committee.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much to all of the folks that serve on our committees and on LRPC. Thank you. Okay, last but not least, we have the Mill Bond Oversight Committee. The Mill Bond Oversight Committee has been an invaluable in serving as a citizen oversight committee for our 2018 bond and our 2023 mill levy override, as well as our 2018 mill levy override. The MBOC has monitored the progress of improvements and programs being implemented and worked to ensure that MLO bond expenditures are in alignment with ballot language approved by voters. So I'd love to start with having our chair and our board liaison come up. So John Freeman from the MBOC, please come on up, and our board liaison, Director Weininger, come on up. Director Thompson, are you a board liaison too for MBOC? Please come join. My apologies. Okay, and then we'd love to have, if you're here, outgoing members Greg Miner and Angie Rigot. Please join us up here if you're here. And if not, we will let them just talk about you.
Well, just want to thank those who are on MBOC because they only meet quarterly. So it's a little harder to be committed to a committee when you have space and time seeing each other. But we appreciate all the insight that Greg and Angie put in toward overseeing the 2018 bond and the questions they had and just making sure taxpayer dollars were spent well.
Definitely like to thank everyone who's been serving on my committee. We couldn't do the work without all the different perspectives and the different views that people bring. So definitely want to thank both Greg and Angie. In fact, I can add a couple names on there. Because we're also losing Jake from SAG. You probably thanked him at the other meeting. And we're losing Irene from DAC. Yeah, and I just found out about that a couple days ago. It was too late for me to turn her name in. So.
I think she got a certificate because she's retiring from DAC.
Okay. Yep, so we're very grateful for all the community service. And then one more name on there. This is actually a staff person. So the Rich Cosgrove has been on our committee as one of the staff liaisons, throughout for the past 5 years. But now since the bond is ending and we're only dealing with the MLOs, I think Rich is going to be graduating or leaving that committee. So, for now. Okay, well, we hope he'll be back in November, 7th or something? Something like that. TBD, yeah. Okay.
Thank you. So I'm very new to MBOC, and we haven't had, I think I've been at one meeting so far, but I do want to recognize the volunteers with this committee and our outgoing volunteers for your commitment and stepping up to participate in this role and support our school district. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you to our MBOC. Oh, if everyone who got recognized or were up here tonight could come on up, we're going to do one big picture. So Kelly and Chester, come on up. Yep, board members too.
Pretty much.
Keep going. All right. Look over here. Oh, it's good. Thank you. All right. Thank you all.
Thank you again to everyone. And that concludes tonight's board recognitions.
On to item number 5, the acceptance of the agenda. So before we do this, I would like to propose amending the agenda by removing certain items, specifically item number 28, which are the board committee bylaws, and then items 30 through 33, which are updates on certain policies. So the bylaws and policies are unrelated to each other, so I would like to do this in the most transparent way possible and doing item number 28 first. So therefore, I first move to amend the agenda by removing item number 28, on which I can elaborate more if I can get a second.
Second.
Great. So in doing the bylaws, Director Meek and I just had the opportunity to talk to the DAC on Thursday evening regarding the bylaws, and I just don't feel like I've had enough time to, A, send all the questions over to the district, and B, be able to get enough feedback to make a good decision on those. And so I would like to move them to potentially the retreat so that we can have a discussion at that time. Director Meek.
I think it would be helpful to still have a discussion about feedback that we have heard a little bit, if there's time on the agenda to keep that. I know, I thought what was discussed previously that we'd come back and we'd share any feedback that we heard. I guess we could do that in writing as well to save time if you feel like that's more productive.
I just am concerned that because we haven't sent the questions to the district, they're not going to be really ready to answer everything. And so just to give the district and staff more time to look at the questions that we received, it might be easier just to move it to have a discussion later. Director Geiger.
I agree, President Williams. I received just earlier this week some really considered feedback from a couple members of our committee, Mr. Robinson and John, whose name just escaped me, I'm sorry, that I think it dealt with some technical but important issues on that, and I think they should be forwarded to the administration for consideration. Before we do this, I like putting this on the agenda at the board retreat and doing some further follow-up on that if the district believes that it can get us some evaluation of those recommendations prior to, far enough in advance of that we can do that. Long-range planning committee, I know, has some concerns about it. Not concerns, has some suggestions about it, and I think it's good to take that off the agenda for tonight.
Great. Anyone else? Okay, so the motion is that we amend the agenda first to take off item number 28. I'm going to do that, motion by Williams and second by Geiger. Roll call, Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams. Aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, that passes 7-0. Secondly, I mentioned that I would like to remove items numbers 30 through 33. So as a board member, I feel strongly it is important to understand the full impact of any changes made prior to moving forward with a decision or a vote. I, along with all the other board members, have received at least 100 emails about tonight's proposed policy revisions. I want to be explicitly clear. I continue to stand firm against racism and discrimination of any kind. However, I need to fully understand the impact these policy changes would have on our students involved in sports and those who utilize our locker rooms. As a result, I propose removing these items from the agenda until we fully understand the impact, not only for our school district, but school districts across the state. So I wish to proceed with common sense and a reasonable stance. So therefore, I'm motioning to amend the agenda to take off items 30 to 33.
Second.
Discussion? Director Meek?
trying to remember what the deadline, there were two different deadlines, I believe. One had state changes that we needed to update the policies. I believe that deadline was July 1, is that correct? And then the Title IX federal changes, the deadline, I believe, was August 1st. Just wanted to confirm. So if we remove them from discussion tonight, are we still able to make the July 1st changes that are required by law?
So I'm recommending to remove them until I feel the board has the clarity that we need to make the best decision and understanding the impact moving forward. Director Myers?
In some conversations I've had this past week and today with actually a couple of lawyers and actually a state board of education member, and maybe we can talk to Council Kamesh about this. This is not a forcible that has to be forced in. What it is they cannot remove our funding. We do not have centralized education. We have autonomy in Douglas County. We are the supreme law of Douglas County. We make what the policy for our counties. So we are constitutionally protected. I believe that we will be just fine going ahead and tabling the 4 points tonight and carrying on so that we have more time like we do with other policies and not feel the urgent need to be pressured that our government's going to come after us or something. We have the right as we the people to make decisions what's best for our county.
Director Moore?
I want to just start this off and say that I don't think, first of all, I'm very proud of our school district. I'm proud of being part of this board. This is an amazing team of people, and I appreciate and respect all of you. And I don't think there's a single person on this board or a single staff member in this district that would condone or believe that we should ever accept or tolerate harassment or discrimination of anybody. Children, parents, staff, nobody. Spent my entire career fighting against people who did things like that to other people, and that doesn't change how I feel today about that exact issue. However, this issue of these policies, while not the fault of the school district for having to discuss them, we are discussing them because the Colorado legislature in 2023 passed Senate Bill 23-296, which requires every school district in the state, not just Douglas County, to adopt a policy, again, by the deadline that Director Meek talked about, specifically related with specific verbiage related to harassment and discrimination. And it's so broad that the text of the statute, I believe, was 14 pages of terminology that had to be included. It was significant, which then causes the breadth of the policies that we were in a position to have to review that we've talked about here a minute ago. But that said, there are significant consequences to these policies that, while not expressly written in the statute, exist nonetheless. And they're very complicated and very divisive social issues, moral issues, practical issues that affect a lot of parents and students, that the legislation and the way it was written takes away our ability to create boundaries on some of those things to make our school district safe and create fundamental fairness for all students. So it's a complicated topic. And I, for one, feel like regardless of the state deadline, I think we all know that, first of all, that the elected body that was put in place to manage decisions locally on behalf of kids in education was this group, not the legislature. Now, they have a defined role in the system, but we also know from history that the legislature often makes statute or law that might not necessarily be constitutional, It might not necessarily be legal. It might be broad or overreaching, it may or may not. And it may or may not conflict with other parts of law that already exist today. Either way, I believe that your motion is a good one so that we have more time for what I feel we need is more legal interpretation on what the consequences of this law is, not only the state law, but also the federal changes to Title IX, which have very similar implications, just come from different levels of government. For us to understand what our options are, what the legal implications are, if we follow or don't follow, or if we want to do anything to try to make change to something we might disagree with personally. So I agree wholeheartedly with the idea to pull it for now. Postpone.
Director Geiger?
I first of all will say, and I don't believe anybody, I agree with Director Moore, nobody here wants bullying, wants harassment, wants discrimination, wants harm in our schools. Sadly, it happens. And if anybody wants to go to our healthy student survey, unfortunately, Douglas County self-reports indicate bullying of I do believe that the bullying and harassment policies in this district need to be revised and reviewed. I think our reporting policies need to be revised and reviewed. I think our policies for assisting victims of harassment and discrimination need to be revised and reviewed. I think how we deal with offenders need to be revised and reviewed. I think those are all important issues. And I think policy AC, which has been unnecessarily vilified, addresses some of those necessary needs. The other policies, particularly Title IX, yes, they have been challenged. I have received a lot of unsolicited legal advice and 120 some emails over the last 2 days about whether or not that law is constitutional, and it's going to be debated. I've read the 93 pages of some opinions. I don't agree with all of them. And by the way, I am a lawyer. Part of me thinks that perhaps 31, 32, and 33 should be continued, that we should see how Title IX works and how those work out. But I am very, very concerned that mostly irrelevant considerations are stalling our progress on how we're going to deal with and address a real-world issue of bullying in this, and harassment and discrimination in this county. And I'm concerned that the longer I don't know that the next time we kick the can down the road that I won't get 140 emails or 150. And yes, the vast majority of those, even in opposition, did so, I think, with good faith. I got to tell you, I got a dozen or more who use some version of mentally ill or pervert, and I first time got called that, fall back a groomer. And I'm not sure that kicking this can down the road is going to quit having people make partisan comments or attacks. I believe today we should at least approach AC and try to find a way to make it work for our county. As such, while I understand, and I don't think this was made in bad faith, I oppose continuing particularly item 30.
Director Weiner?
I just want to say that I feel like I have too many questions now around the legality of the statute and the constitutionality of it to really make an informed vote today on this policy. So I feel like pulling it from agenda would be wise for my stance.
Director Thompson?
Yep, so this was presented to us with deadlines to meet legal requirements, and I haven't heard anything other than that from staff, and so I do not feel comfortable tabling this without a date that is going to align with our deadlines.
Yeah, and I mean, I've already said that I don't know, I can't give you a date because I don't know how long it's going to take for us to get the clarity and questions answered and to schedule a necessary executive session or anything else that we need to do to make that happen. So I don't want to commit to a date. Director Meek?
Yeah, so I think we need to hear from our legal counsel, which I think we may need to do in executive session to understand the legal implications of not meeting the deadline that we were provided earlier. So that's one suggestion that I would have. Another suggestion is, even if we're not comfortable moving forward and voting on it this evening, I think having public conversation around the policies so we can become more informed and there is transparency and accountability around the issue. I've read through all the emails, and one of the common statements was, I would appreciate any information you can provide regarding how Title IX has been handled within our school district up to this point, and any changes that have been proposed or may be considered in response to the proposed rule change. Transparency and open communication are crucial in addressing these important issues. I think when we just pull items from the agenda, we don't have transparency. And I think what we need to do is lean into transparency and understanding how our district manages these issues. I don't think we ever want to compromise. I think the common value that I heard from the emails was we believe in safety and keeping all students safe, and I think we can learn about how the district does keep all students safe. So my fear with pulling it off the agenda is it's the opposite of transparency. No one is learning anything. We're not understanding any ongoing questions or challenges that we may have. So that would be my concern with pulling it, but I absolutely want to understand the legal implications of not meeting the deadlines. As Director Geiger said, discrimination, bullying, those have been hot topics in our district, and when you look at the data, it shows that these are areas we need to advance. Even when you look at the superintendent's evaluation from last year, one of the areas that was highlighted was training, professional development around addressing racism and bullying and everything. And I just think when you pull things off the agenda because you're getting lots of emails, you're not helping the community with transparency.
All right, with that, we will move to a vote for pulling items 30 through 33. Geiger?
Nay.
Meek?
No.
Moore?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Thompson?
No.
Williams, aye. Weiniger?
Yes.
Passes 4-3. So now back to, we will have to vote on the acceptance of the agenda with the now amended items taking off 28 and 30 through 33. So do I have a motion to approve the agenda with the amendments?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Weiniger, second by Moore. Roll call. Sorry.
Can I
Yes,
move to
sorry.
amend the motion
Okay.
to add an executive session for purposes of legal advice around not meeting the legal deadlines for passing the policies that have been removed?
Second.
Okay, motion by Meek and seconded by Thompson to move into executive session. I would say that as of right now, I don't feel, we could certainly ask the district, but I feel like because we haven't exactly given notice, I'm guessing that you might need some time to come up with maybe a memo or something, but I'll hand it to Superintendent Kane.
Yes, I would say that our legal staff would appreciate an opportunity to be able to have some time to research implications and get back to the board in some fashion.
There's a, right?
Yeah, so that was just discussion. Anybody else have anything to say about that? Okay, so This would add an executive session to tonight's agenda, motioned by Meek and seconded by Thompson. So roll call on that. Geiger?
No.
Meek?
So we are voting on whether we want to add the executive session to tonight's agenda?
Yes.
Right? So I support that.
Sorry, okay. Moore?
No.
Myers?
No.
Thompson?
Yes.
Williams, no. Weiniger?
No.
So that motion fails 2-5. So back to the original motion to approve the agenda with items 28 and 30 through 33 taken off. That was motioned by Weiniger and seconded by Moore. Geiger.
Christie, would you clarify that?
Sorry,
No.
yeah. So, I'm sorry, Director Myers asked for clarification, sorry. So this goes back to the original motion where Director Weiniger motioned to approve the agenda with items 28, 30 through 33 removed. And it was seconded by Moore. So start again, sorry. Geiger,
No.
Meek,
No.
Moore,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Thompson,
No.
Williams, aye. Weiniger,
Aye.
passes 4-3. All right. Moving on to item number 6, the superintendent updates for a 10-minute update.
Okay, thank you. Since we last met, we have celebrated one more graduation. So I want to give a special shout out to our Eagle Academy graduates who held their spring ceremony on June 7th. Congratulations. And I would like to just generally congratulate the class of 2024 now that they've all graduated. And to tell our graduates that they will always be part of the DCSD family. We hope many of them continue to thrive and live and work here in Douglas County. We are so proud of all of our graduates and what they have planned for the future. And I know that our board directors appreciated as much as I did the opportunity to talk to our graduates about what their plans were and their excitement for the future. So congratulations to the class of 2024. Our DCSD's free summer lunch program is in full swing. So meals are provided to kids and teens 18 years and under. The program runs Monday through Friday, now through August 2nd. No meals will be served on June 19th or July 4th. As their holidays. There are a number of locations serving meals across our district. Our families can go to our website for the full list of locations, dcsdk12.org. We are thrilled to celebrate that Jared Nicholson, who is the principal of Mesa Middle School, was recently named the Colorado Association of Secondary School Principals Rookie of the Year, since this was his first year. Jared, as I said, is the principal of Mesa Middle School, and this announcement was recently shared by the Colorado Association of School Executives. And I'd just like to read what they said about Jared. He's an exemplary leader in both instructional strategies and school operations. And we are just really, really proud of Jared, and we're proud of the awards that our leaders continue to receive for excellent work here in Douglas County. So congratulations to principals. On June 6th, we had the Stone Canyon Outdoor Adventures Camp, which is part of our school district, received a free security system upgrade from Convergence Local Denver Technology Center as part of the company's Step Up for Schools initiative. The camp's 99-acre campus provide opportunity for educational and recreational experiences for our students. The security upgrade included the camp's intrusion detection, mass notification and surveillance systems, as well as a general environmental cleanup and infrastructure maintenance to support a safe and secure environment for campers and educators. So believe it or not, we had more than 370 Convergent colleagues, family members, and friends all descend on Stone Canyon on June 6th, and they did a remarkable number of projects where they donated their time, money, supplies, and labors. 5 of Convergent Technologies solution partners donated more than $100,000 in technology upgrades to advance our security at Stone Canyon. So we really would like to thank Convergent. The work that they did on that single day was amazing. The campus has been completely transformed, and so we are really excited to be able to welcome our directors and continue to welcome students to Stone Canyon. And thank you to Convergent for volunteering your time and resources in order to support our students in Douglas County. We have more National Merit Scholarship winners to celebrate. Officials of each sponsor college selected their scholarship winners from among the National Merit finalists who plan to attend their institutions. These awards provide for between $500 and $2,000 annually for up to 4 years of undergraduate study at the institutions. Congratulations to Samantha Konka, Annie Go, Nathan Kim, Liana Smith, and Morgan Underwood. And they are graduates from Mountain Vista, Rock Canyon, and Legend, and we are just incredibly proud of those graduates. And then finally, Wednesday, tomorrow, we join our entire nation in celebrating Juneteenth, the holiday commemorating the end of slavery in the United States. On June 19th, 1865, Black Texans were finally informed that slavery had officially ended. Annual freedom celebrations began in Texas and spread across the United States. In the words of historian Lonnie Bunch, only by understanding our past can we shape a shared future that lives up to our nation's cherished ideals. So we join our nation in celebrating Juneteenth tomorrow, and that is all I have tonight. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent Kane. Moving on to public comment. Tonight, 3 minutes will be allotted for each speaker. Please remain respectful and address the board rather than the guests or staff in the room. Please also keep comments appropriate for a K-12 audience. With that, we will start with our remote commenters. Holly M., then Lori Gimmelstein, and then Diana Gould. Holly M.
Good evening, and thank you for your service to this board. As residents of Douglas County are all painfully aware, our district has been in a challenging position since 2009. I'm a native of Colorado and have been a Douglas County resident since 1987 and a graduate of Highlands Ranch High School in '92. I have 2 children in the public school system in Douglas County, and each of them brings home their own renditions of how their schools have changed over the years. Regarding revisions of the anti-discriminatory policies, I stand in opposition to the changes, most of which were unnecessary manipulation of the language which already exists in the current state. Please consider retaining the current revision. I also want to voice my concern for the allocation of some $600,000 of funding for emergenetics, which is profile testing for staff. Why is this necessary, and who will benefit most from learning how to play well with others in the work environment? This district is facing declining enrollment due to the stupid DEI policies and teacher shortages, and you're going to spend $600,000 on staff and work profiling applications? Who stands to benefit from that? Surely not the children in the school district. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Lori Gemmelstein, Diana Gould, and then Joy Overbeck. Lori.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Lori Gimmelstein, and I proudly serve as the director of the Colorado Parent Advocacy Network, CPAN. Today, I'm just here to address concerns raised by our members that are parents, educators, concerned citizens in Douglas County regarding the proposed policy changes affecting student safety, privacy, and discrimination. First and foremost, I want to express our sincere gratitude for the board's decision to postpone the vote on these proposed policies. This action reflects your dedication to making well-informed decisions that prioritize the welfare of your students and community. By delaying the vote, you have acknowledged the importance of clarity in federal guidelines and legal standards, especially in light of the recent court decisions on the Title IX actions proposed under the Biden administration. This pause will enable you to navigate these complexities with greater certainty and ensure that the proposed changes to the policies are fair, constitutional, and effective. Earlier today, the Colorado Parent Advocacy Network communicated with the board via email and subsequently initiated a petition requesting this postponement. As of 5:30 p.m. this evening, 335 residents of Douglas County have signed the petition demonstrating strong community support for this prudent step. Your decision to delay the vote not only respects the voices of concerned citizens, but also highlights your commitment to fostering meaningful community engagement. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Diana Gould, Joy Overbeck, and then Amity Wicks. Diana Gould, are you there?
Hi, do you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. I'm just going to keep my comments like really minimal here. Like my main concern as a parent of a daughter that's 15 that's attending high school, you know, everybody's talking about safety. Well, what about girls' safety when it comes to bathrooms and, you know, the allocation of transgenders? I don't know if you have been looking at the news lately. However, there's been a male transgender student assault girl in New York in the high school bathroom. These girls are being sodomized, they're being raped, and they're being brutally attacked. I want you to consider these girls that are, their mental anguish that they're going to have to go through. Like, I'm not going to use the bathroom because I don't know what is going to happen to me when I go to the bathroom. Like, this is a crazy predicament that we're in, but there has to be a different solution than letting transgender males that still have their unit intact going into a women's or a ladies' bathroom. I don't think it's fair for our girls, the safety of our girls, their mental health, well-being. There has been multiple things that have happened in New York and Oklahoma, and then there's this big event that happened in Loudoun County, and the judge ruled against the teen that had brutally sodomized this girl. So I'm wanting my daughter's safety to also be considered in this. And what other alternative solutions, if something like this has to occur, what other alternative solutions are being considered to consider their safety? Because I don't think it's fair that they have to get dressed in front of a male that's transitioning to a female, even though he has his unit intact. And so there are tons of lawsuits that are going on right now, people that are suing for that mental anguish and the mental health issues that they're going through, that they're being put through. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening, and I appreciate the board listening to the parents, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Joy Overbeck, Amity Wicks, and then Owen Wicks. Joy Overbeck. Okay. On to Amity Wicks.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Hi, I also would like to echo the appreciation of tabling this issue until such time as legal advice can be sought. But regardless of that, I believe that the changes made by the Biden administration are ridiculous, and should not be heeded, that they fly in the face of constitutionality and the intent of the original legislation itself. So to implement these changes to accommodate unfortunately confused children, I think is a poor decision. Like the previous commenter, there have been too many incidents to count that I've heard that put girls at risk. And who's to say that won't be boys as well? Because we have removed the protections by doing these things as this from our children, and this should not stand. So I urge the board to not make any additional policy changes at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Owen Wicks, then Kathleen Boyer, and Robin Webb. Owen. Okay, Kathleen Boyer.
Hi, this is Kathleen.
Hi, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Boyer. I live in Highlands Ranch, and I'm here to speak about the proposed revisions to policy GBAA, sexual harassment under Title IX, and other prohibited misconduct of a sexual nature. Before I start the comment that I've prepared, I just did a quick internet search of transgender bathroom attack for recent news stories, and the news stories that I'm seeing are about a transgender teen who was hospitalized after being attacked in the bathroom. The transgender teen was attacked, did not do the attacking. The changes in the policy proposed include multiple instances of replacing the phrase sexual harassment with the phrase sex discrimination, including sex-based harassment. Also added is a prohibition on any unwelcome conduct or communications of a sexual nature directed at a student or employee because of their membership in or perceived membership in a protected class. I'm in favor of these updates, and it seems ridiculous to have to say that. I can only conclude that people who are opposed to these changes are in favor of sex-based discrimination and harassment. I believe that opposition to this is based on the fact, it's not just that I believe it, I'm hearing it tonight, but the opposition to this is based on the fact that discriminating against transgender people would not be allowed under this policy. The trope that trans people are dangerous is a lie. It is not about protecting girls or women. The rhetoric about parental rights and education related to gender and sexuality was manufactured by a man named Michael Ferris for the purpose of weakening and dismantling public education. That sound familiar? And I will email you, board members, the article that I'm referencing. It is not a coincidence that political figures in Colorado have recently recommended removing kids from public schools and burning pride flags. Vulnerable human beings are being used as pawns, and the people participating in this either know full well what they are doing or they are being used too. Trans people are not inherently dangerous, but they are in danger. They are in danger because of words spoken at meetings like this, words spoken in public, on social media. The permission given by the adults in this community and all over the country to target and dehumanize them and delegitimize their experiences leads to direct bullying and harassment. It leads to mental health struggles, suicide, physical violence, and even death. Imagine being so vulnerable that laws needed to be passed
15
to
seconds
protect
remaining.
you from harassment and discrimination. The trans community is a protected class because they need protection. Please protect them.
Thank you. Robin Webb, and then Amanda Budamilia. And then Marcy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Marcy Smith. So yes, Robin
sorry.
Webb, go ahead.
My name's Robin Webb. I'm the first vice chair of the Republican Party. I am actually walking into executive committee meeting right now, so I will save my comments for next time when you guys actually vote on it. Thank you for laying it over.
Thank you. Amanda, and then Marcy Smith and Krista Gilstrap. Okay, so Amanda is not here and Marcy Smith. So moving on to Ms. Gilstrap.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks for letting me to speak. Sorry I couldn't be there to see you all in person. It's been a while. I do want to thank you all for tabling the policy revisions regarding discrimination. I do think that this needs to be a thoughtful and sorry, I didn't prepare comments. I'm winging it, which is not smart for me, but a thoughtful and just well thought out discussion around this, because as we've already heard in public comment, there's a lot of fallacies. There's a lot of misconstrued ideas as to what is happening here. And we've got people fighting for the rights of different groups that should be fought for. So I think it needs to be thought out. As we've seen, there's a lot of challenges to the Title IX. I mean, by removing gender protections for those who are biologically women to include pretty much anyone, you've removed the protections that were there for women for decades for a reason. And I think that is a concern. As a mother of 3 daughters there in Douglas County, that is my top concern, is my girls and all the other girls. Now, having said that, there should be a way to do this thoughtfully so that we can protect the girls as well as trans students, because it is your job as board members to provide a safe learning environment for each and every student. And so I appreciate you having the prudence to table this so that we can get some more legal advice, because again, it's been mentioned as being challenged all over the country. Why step into that fray unnecessarily? And two, just to give everyone time, the community time to have those thoughtful discussions to really narrow down what do we need to do here in Douglas County? What problem are we trying to solve here in Douglas County, and not step into the national narrative that just gets, just goes back and forth and doesn't actually solve anything. So I appreciate y'all's prudence. Yep, and that's all I have. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, we will move to in-person and start with Karen Pennington, then Martha Carver, and then Kathy Leese. Karen Pennington.
Members of the board, thank you for this opportunity. Do I use this?
Yeah.
Good. Members of the school board, I'm Dr. Karen Pennington, a grandmother of 5 children in the district, a nurse educator, and state director for Concerned Women for America of Colorado, the largest grassroots public policy women's org in the country. I'm testifying on behalf of Concerned Women for America, as this is a very important issue to us, in opposition to the recent changes to the Title IX rules by the Biden administration. These policies are regressive, and they ignore equal opportunity for females, erasing decades of protection for rights of females, and entitle self-identifying males access to female, sex-separated safe spaces, such as locker rooms, bathrooms, showers, and it also gives access then to female scholarships and awards. This is sex discrimination. This is reverse discrimination, based on self-described gender identity, regardless of scientific biological reality. It is the new sex-based harassment. The Biden administration changes also gives excessively broad powers to Title IX coordinators to investigate and adjudicate any identity harassment claim with complete freedom. This is a huge opportunity for abuse of power. Genders do not play sports, bodies do. And male bodies outperform female bodies in almost all sports due to larger lung capacity, muscle mass, bone structure, blood flow, giving them advantages over females. This is a setup for injury for our female athletes. Additionally, females are victims of violence at much higher rates than males, and access to female-only spaces will only threaten their privacy and potential for sexual predation and exploitation. This reverse discrimination disrespects our female athletes and demeans their great progress over the last 50 years that Title IX has been instituted. I'm thankful because I'm asking that no policy or procedural changes be considered or implemented while legal challenges ensue from 26 states that are opposing these changes. In the last 2 days, 2 U.S. district judges blocked the progress of these in their states. 10 states now have immunity to this until this is settled. So I'm really glad that you changed
15 seconds
the agenda
remaining.
tonight. So I draw your attention to the documents I've listed below for more information. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Martha Carver, Kathy Lees, and then Kelly Mayer.
Hello, I'm Martha Carver. I'm the Douglas County Captain for Grandparents for Kids, and Linda White is here. She's the president, and we have another grandma, Susan, here also. We want to acknowledge the hard work that the school board has done. We realize that it's very difficult to change your policies to match changing state laws and federal regulations, especially if they go against your personal beliefs. And we realize that you guys just voted to delay the policy changes to AC, so I was going to ask you to do that, so I would instead thank you for delaying that vote. We recommend, though, that the school district reject federal money and thus avoid having to comply with federal changes. We heard at the last board meeting and also today that the school district is receiving federal money to provide lunches to students during the summer. Our school district does not need to participate in this program. There are many government and non-governmental organizations which provide food stamps or food to families in need. We recommend you investigate this option so you will not be reliant on the federal government in the future. We also recommend you develop a formal process which will deliberately engage parents when writing your policy to comply with HR 24-1039. Request a signed parental permission form from students who wish to change their name. The principal can then communicate the changes to teachers and school employees. Limit the number of name changes to once a semester. And allow teachers the option to call a student by a neutral name, such as their last name, to avoid restricting teachers' constitutional rights and forcing compelled speech. This respects the dignity of students while also providing clear direction to teachers and other employees. With the high consequence of facing potential discrimination charges, this process offers support to all employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Lees, Kelly Mayer, and then Laureen Bowl.
Hello, my name is Kathy Lees. I've lived in Douglas County, and I am now proud to say I have 2 graduates from the Douglas County School District. I am here speaking on behalf of myself and as Douglas County parents. We are disheartened by the change in agenda. I had to rewrite this. So on Friday, June 7th, I attended the Eagle Academy graduation. Directors Moore, Williams, Weiniger, and Meyer, you could learn from those students. They spoke about facing substance abuse issues. They spoke about the death of their parents. They spoke about their parents' divorce that ripped their families apart. They spoke about legal problems. They spoke about joining school when they had below a 1.0 GPA. And you know what they did? They continued. They continued after failure. They continued after hard challenges where people told them it was too hard, they couldn't do it, and they were scared. But they continued. They got their degree or diploma. They were brave. They graduated. You have all succumbed to fear and peer pressure from people who don't attend this school district, who don't know any trans students who are impacted. I know students who are trans. I know a mother who lost their only child. You need to do better. You need to be brave and have a conversation. You could have had a conversation and not voted on it, but instead you chose to be cowards. You need to do better. When you do this and look at this in more detail, I implore you to talk to the students, talk to the parents who are scared to send their kids to school. Do better.
Thank you. Kelly Mayer, Laureen Bowl, and then Matt Burcham.
Good evening, Board Directors and Superintendent Kane. My name is Kelly Mayer, and I'm the mom of many current and former DCSD students. I stand before you tonight not only as a parent deeply invested in the welfare of my children, but also as a concerned community member. Over the years, I have witnessed firsthand the joys and challenges that my children and their peers have experienced within the DCSD school system. Tonight, I speak from my heart, representing my personal convictions and not any organizational affiliations. I am disappointed that you are delaying revising Policy AC on non-discrimination and opportunity. This revision would have marked a crucial milestone in our district's commitment to ensuring that every student, regardless of their background, feels safe, respected, and included. By strengthening protections against discriminations, you would have sent a clear message that our schools are places where diversity is celebrated, where all students have equal access to education and opportunities for growth. I am disappointed that some of you weren't brave enough to do the right thing. You folded to fear-mongering. Data shows that our daughters are more at risk from straight men, most often their boyfriends, than anyone from the trans community. As a mother, I believe it is our collective responsibility to create an environment where every child can thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. This policy revision is not just a formality, it's a tangible demonstration of our dedication to fostering a more inclusive school community. I would hope that each of you would use your leadership in prioritizing equity and fairness. Your commitment to doing the right thing would have undoubtedly had a positive ripple effect on countless students and families in our district for years to come. This would have been a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Laureen Bowl, Matt Burcham, and then Bill Jack.
Hello, my name is Laureen Bowl. I'm the state coordinator for FAIR, the Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism, as well as the leader of the Douglas County chapter of FAIR. FAIR's mission is to advance the civil rights and liberties of all Americans. I'm here to speak to the updated languages in Policy AC regarding harassment and discrimination, as I believe it can be interpreted as a breach of our constitutional rights, specifically the First Amendment. The current non-discrimination policy defines harassment as any unwelcome, hostile, and offensive verbal, written, or physical conduct based on or directed at a person's immutable characteristics, such as race, sex, and sexual orientation. The updated policy would prohibit students and employees from engaging in any unwelcome physical or verbal conduct that is directed at a student or group of students because of that student's or group's membership in or perceived membership in a protected class. I know it's a lot of words. This is a very important distinction. The updated policy prohibits verbal conduct that is, quote, unwelcome, it's not defined, and directed at a group of people, in this case, a protected class. So the updated policy lowers the threshold of what is deemed to be harassment by making it dependent upon the group of people that are subjected to unwelcome verbal conduct. It's taking microaggressions to a whole new level. A while back, I watched a video about microaggressions through the No Place for Hate program, and one example that sticks out to me was a young white student asking a black student how she got accepted into a top-ranked university. Because the recipient of this question was black, and there was an insinuation about the intent of the question, it was considered a microaggression. And under the framework of this updated policy, this question or comment could be considered harassment if it is, quote, objectively offensive to a reasonable individual who is a member of the same protected class. Your role as a government official is to protect our individual rights, including our right to free speech. The updated policy would stifle speech out of fear of offending someone. Groups of people do not have special rights. That would be tyrannical and antithetical to the vision of our founding fathers, though it seems the state of Colorado is trying to enshrine group rights into law. When you were sworn into office, you took an oath to uphold the United States Constitution, and I trust that you would hold true to your oath. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Burcham, Bill Jack, and then Heather Pankratz. Matt is not here. Okay, moving to Bill Jack.
Good evening. My name is Bill Jack. I'm an educator with 50 years' experience, 10 of those in the public schools in Illinois. I'm here to address the proposed revisions to the non-discriminatory policy under consideration. The question before the board is as simple as this. If you call a sheep's tail a leg, how many legs does a sheep have? The answer is still 4. It doesn't change the biological facts by calling a tail a leg. By passing SB 23-296 and SB 23-172, the Colorado legislature wants to compel the speech of students and teachers by demanding they call a sheep's tail a leg. In 1969, the Supreme Court addressed this very issue in the landmark case Tinker versus Des Moines School District. The court ruled, quote, "In our system, state-operated schools may not be enclaves of totalitarianism. School officials do not possess authority over their students. Students in school as well as out of school are persons under our Constitution. They are possessed of fundamental rights which the state must respect. In our system, students may not be regarded as closed-circuit recipients of only that which the state chooses to communicate. It can hardly be argued that either students or teachers shed their constitutional rights at the schoolhouse gate." End quote. Neither students nor teachers can be compelled to use fake language in addressing sexually confused individuals. The school board must affirm reality and not violate students' free speech. Language matters. Students cannot be compelled to call a sheep's tail a leg or a sexually confused male a he, she, they, or it. Thank you.
Heather Pankratz, then Kevin Van Winkle, and then Amy Winju. Sorry if I got your last name wrong.
Good evening, and thank you. I know you tabled the vote on a lot of these issues. I just came this evening to speak specifically about girls' sports. I've been a Douglas County resident, homeowner, and taxpayer for 24 years. I have a son and daughter who were student athletes. I'm here to encourage this board to keep girls' sports for biological girls only as part of the larger issue. So far, I've heard lots of people discussing this issue, but so far no one's addressed the question of who's asked the girl athletes what they think. Should these policies change to allow biological males in their spaces, in their sports? I don't think anyone's asked them, and that's probably who most deserves to answer this question. I feel like it matters most what they really feel about this issue. I played sports in high school myself, and I have very strong feelings about what that would do had that changed when I was in high school. It's a biological fact that on average, as compared to girls, boys are born with and grow into these attributes: larger, longer, and stronger bones, more muscle and connective tissue, greater mass, greater vascularity and red blood cells, and more hemoglobin, greater lung capacity. It is inherently unfair to ask biological girl athletes to compete against biological boy athletes, and to mandate this for them is a lose-lose proposition. They are damned if they do, and they're damned if they don't. If they do, they risk greater physical injury and forced exposure to biological boys in their private spaces, locker rooms, showers, and bathrooms. It is a fact that in spaces where biological boys have been allowed on teams, girls do lose in races, lose scholarships, lose record-setting opportunities, and lose belief in themselves and their talents. If they don't participate and they push back, stand down, boycott, like many groups have advocated that they do, they risk harassment and ridicule on that section as well. They also lose all the benefits of girls' sports that I was able to take part in when I was a student athlete, such as expressing their God-given talents, stress release, scholarship opportunities, learning to win and lose, and lifelong friendships. So I ask you again, before you vote on these in the future meetings, take some time and ask the girl athletes what they think about any changes to these policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Van Winkle, Amy Wenju, and Jason Page. Okay. Amy Wenju. All right. Jason Page, and then Allison Rodwell.
Good evening, Board of Education and Superintendent Kane. My name is Jason Page, Highlands Ranch, Colorado. I'm a dad of a soon-to-be seventh grader, and I'm a former member of this board and the Board of Directors of Ben Franklin Academy. Speaking to you today to bring your attention, which I think we all have, with recent developments regarding changes to Title IX regulations proposed by the Department of Education, which may have significant implications for our school district. As a concerned parent within the community, I feel it's essential for our school board members to be aware of these developments and their potential impact on our educational environment. The Department of Ed has recently revised Title IX, scheduled to go into effect on August 1st. This rule expands the definition of sex discrimination to include various factors such as sex stereotypes, sexual orientation, and gender identity. Furthermore, it mandates changes in school policies related to access to facilities, due process protections for students accused of sexual misconduct, and the use of preferred pronouns by teachers and students. While these changes are slated to take effect in August, it is important to note that there is anticipated legal action, including requests for preliminary injunctions, which may delay the implementation of these rules for some time. Additionally, school districts are not obligated to align their policies with the new regulations at this time. As a parent, I'm deeply concerned about the potential implications of these changes on women and girls, our constitutional protections, and fundamental parental rights. To be clear, this new rule strips parents of their fundamental rights to direct the upbringing of their child. No secret should be kept from parents, especially concerning matters that directly impact the well-being and education of our children. It is essential that parents are fully informed and involved in decisions that affect their children's schooling experience. I urge the school board to closely monitor these developments and consider the potential impact on our students, staff, and educational programs. So I thank you for tabling that discussion. It's crucial to ensure that any changes made to the school policies are transparent, respectful of parental rights, and in the best interest of all students. Again, the district is not obligated to align their policies with the new regulations at this time. And as a dad of a seventh grader, and as a girl who's a young seventh grader, so when she goes into high school, she'll be 14. I can't imagine what it would be like if there's an 18 or 19-year-old male sharing the same bathroom or locker room with her. So I encourage you to consider, again, what the lady just commented before, is to think about what we're teaching our girls. And if push comes to shove, a great way to not deal with Title IX is to just remove athletics from the district. So if that's where we need to go, then I respectfully say, why don't we just remove sports?
Thank you. Allison Ridwell.
It's been a hot minute.
Okay. Colorado Senate Bill 23-296 and 23-172, along with the Biden administration's federal guideline changes to Title IX, are all set to be implemented this coming school year. They're worded similarly, and I will refer to them together in this comment. As of 4 p.m. today, 26 states have filed suit against the guidelines for a wide variety of reasons, all centered around constitutional protections. For the lawyers in the room, still having trouble understanding, compelled speech is not free speech. As of close of court yesterday, 4 state judges, 2 federal judges, have blocked the implementation of the federal guidelines in now 11 states. Those decisions will trickle down to the Colorado state bills, causing further constitutional question. No matter what your stance is on these issues, now is not the time for DCSD to be debating it, much less voting to make procedural changes. I thank the board for tabling the discussion until the legal questions have been decided. I too know, love, and have trans kids in my family. We agree that no one group protections should ever mitigate the protections of another. It bears repeating for those who keep forgetting that compelled speech is not free speech. Destroying one group to protect another is tyranny, not safety.
Thank you. And then we're going to go back online as Joy Overbeck has joined. So Joy, if you can hear us.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, directors. I urge you to refuse to change DCSD policies for Biden's executive order, creating the new rule that uses Title IX to allow biological males who identify as females to play on girls' sports teams, as well as to invade girls' locker rooms and bathrooms and other travesties. I know you've postponed this, but I had this prepared, so I wanted to tell you. Ironically, Title X was written over 50 years ago to prevent discrimination against women, but with this new rule, it is now being wielded against women. Biden wants biological men to steal winners, medals, trophies, and even scholarships that rightfully belong to female competitors. Males with bigger, stronger physiques not only overpower women in women's competitions, but also put women in great danger of serious injury, as has happened in many cases reported by the news. This shameless warping of Title IX to promote the woke agenda is a heavy-handed bureaucratic rule, not a law. So there is no reason for the Douglas County School Board to adopt any part of it. Actually, many of Colorado's school districts have already refused to do so. And judges in states including Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, Indiana, Virginia, and West Virginia have also issued injunctions blocking Biden's transgender pushing rule. Judge in Texas also ruled to stop enforcement. So did a Louisiana judge who halted the new rule in Louisiana, Mississippi, Montana, and Idaho. In the Tennessee case, Judge Reeves stated an unassailable fact of life for as long as humans have inhabited this planet. Quote, there are two sexes, male and female, end quote. He went on to say that the Department of Education exceeded its authority in creating the new rules. These perversions of Title IX cannot be allowed in Douglas County. Certainly all of us want our kids protected and not bullied, but our community of parents, grandparents, and concerned citizens will not permit something so dangerous to happen to our children here under the absurd guise of a new protected class of the gender confused. It's simply crazy to stop protecting women, as was the intent of Title IX, and instead protect men who think they are women. Enough. No biological boys on girls' sports teams, no biological boys in girls' locker rooms, bathrooms, etc. Girls have been sexually violated in bathrooms, as been pointed out by other speakers, by boys posing as girls. It's not happening here. Protect our children and vote no on changing Douglas County school policies when it comes up again in the future. Don't support the big lie that boys can become girls and girls can become boys. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. Moving on to item number 8, the adoption of consent agenda. Do I have a motion concerning the consent agenda items 9 through 21?
I'd like to pull item 20 from consent.
Okay. So do I have then a motion to approve the consent agenda items 9 through 19 and then 21?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Weiniger, second by Myers. Roll call, Geiger.
Yes.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Yes.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Passes 7-0. So we will talk about item number 20. Director Meek, since you pulled it.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, upon further reflection and feedback from some constituents, I realized that the board's self-evaluation of GP 1.8 board members' code of conduct missed a significant piece of evidence that shows a violation of the very first sentence of the policy, where it states the board commits itself and its members to ethical, businesslike, and lawful conduct. As the resolution that was passed on September 26 states, whereas on June 16, 2023, The district court issued its findings of fact and conclusion of law, and the Board of Ed and the named individual defendants, Michael Peterson, Christy Williams, Becky Myers, and Kaylee Weiniger, were found in violation of the Colorado open meeting law. So I believe this evidence and language needs to be added to the self-evaluation report, and the compliance rating should be updated to partial compliance. So I wanted to bring that to our attention. I did receive some feedback from our community.
All right, Director Moore, I will give you first round to talk since you're the one who did this policy.
Thank you. Thank you,
So
Director Meek, as well.
No, we're just having a discussion, right? Or, yeah, we're just discussing first. So go ahead.
Yeah, my only issue is that the time frame that we're addressing by this policy review is January 1st, 2023 through May 28th of 2024. And the violation that was alleged falls outside of that, despite when the resolution was passed of acknowledging or documenting the issue in and of itself. The issue itself, the perceived violation, does not occur in that time frame, and so that's why I didn't include anything about that.
Okay, Director Meek?
And Director Moore, I thought it was a really good self-evaluation, and I thought you presented it really well. I was participating remotely last time when you were presenting that, and I didn't have a chance to say that to you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
I think because the court ruling fell within our monitoring period, that is what we need to base this on, because it would have been alleged at any prior time. It wasn't until this reporting period that the court ruled that the law was broken. And so that is the rationale for including it on this evaluation report.
Do we know the time frame when it was brought up as a violation to begin with? Was it within that time frame or outside of that time frame?
No, it was outside. It was February of 2022. I
Okay,
believe.
thank you.
Director Weiniger?
I will just say, for the same reason that this resolution has been tried to be inserted into these self-evals before, that it doesn't fall into the time frame, the violation itself doesn't. So I'm not for adding it and amending the self-evaluation.
Director Thompson?
Yeah, so I'm just trying to understand when would be the appropriate time, because if the self-evaluation had happened in that time frame, if the board had been implementing it at that time, I think the argument would have been, as Director Meek stated, alleged, and that it hadn't been proven in court. And so, and it would have been argued, I think, to be after a ruling. So it does seem appropriate to have it within the time frame of this reporting period, in my opinion.
Okay, so I will state that because it doesn't fall in the time frame, I don't feel like it should be added. And I do think that the board did take accountability when they approved the resolution back in September. So there has been accountability already, and therefore, we don't need to keep coming back to this over and over and over again. And so I do not support adding it to this. Director Myers.
And one of the things that I think we need to remember is the judge did lift the injunction. So I feel like he felt in his own judgment, talking to the board members, that he decided that, you know, maybe while he conferred that we did break the Colorado open meeting law, he had the very big trust that this would no longer be happening and was giving us a chance to go forward and be ethical. And I believe that exactly in 23, that is what we have done.
Director Meek.
I mean, the only reason it comes up over and over again is because our policies over and over state do not break the law. I mean, that's why it comes up in the different monitoring self-evaluation reports. And honestly, I'm not sure what the purpose of doing the evaluation is if you're not going to just acknowledge it and say we learned from it and we're moving on. And the resolution that was passed did not say that in the least. The statement was, whereas on June 16th, 2023, the district court issued its findings of fact and conclusions of law, and the Board of Ed and the named individual defendants were found in violation of Colorado open meeting law. That is the very first time that that was declared, and that was declared during the reporting period. And I think our community, I mean, we heard it from the pollster, they appreciate that we're trying to follow policy and we're trying to hold ourselves accountable and just be transparent. The reason we do these are to just acknowledge that we're either in compliance or we're out of compliance, we learn from it and we move on. So again, I brought it up because I do think it was a clear omission that belongs in this report. I don't need to belabor it. I just really wanted to explain the rationale.
All right, so do I have a motion concerning item 20 on the consent agenda?
So I move to accept the self-evaluation report with the addition of the language I stated, acknowledging the evidence that the law was broken and that we're in partial compliance.
Second.
Okay, motion by Meek, seconded, motion by Meek, second by Geiger.
That's an interesting confusion.
I'm sorry.
Well, it's certainly not to Director Myers.
Sorry about that. All right, so roll call, Geiger.
On the amendment?
Yes.
Yes.
To approve with the amendment, yes.
Yes.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
No.
Myers?
No.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams, no. Weiniger?
No.
Okay, so that fails 3-4. So do I have an amendment, or do I have a motion concerning item 20?
Motion to approve item 20.
Second.
Okay, motion by Myers, second by Weiniger. Roll call, Geiger?
No.
Meek?
No.
Moore?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Thompson?
No.
Williams, aye. Weiniger?
Yes.
Passes 4-3. Moving on to item number 22, the approval of minutes. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approve the minutes from the regular meeting held on May 28th. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the minutes.
Second.
Motion by Meek, second by Myers. Geiger?
Yes.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. Moving on to our study action items, number 23, for the approval of the school year 24-25 budget resolutions and financial plan and budget.
Thank you, President Williams. At the last meeting when we presented the budget, we did indicate that this would be on the consent agenda, but at the end of the day, we recommended that we put it on the regular agenda just in case there were any additional questions from the Board of Education. So CFO Schleisner and Director Colleen Doan are here to answer any additional questions you might have.
Great, thank you. Does anybody have any questions concerning the 24-25 budget resolutions? Director Meek?
Sure, so thank you for being here to present this again. Can you confirm whether any changes have been made from the prior presentation? Have any changes happened from the prior presentation? Right, and so for our public, I think they'd like to understand any changes because it's really important for us to be transparent.
Sure, I'm going to have Director Doan talk through some of those changes, if that's okay.
Good evening. The changes are extremely minimal between the presentation on May 28th and here today. On May 28th, the budget that was proposed was using a fund balance of about 2.2 million, and we're bringing forward a proposed use of fund balance of 3.8 million. The majority of that is simply increasing the transfer to the capital projects fund in order to do more construction-related items associated with the Student Support Center Parker, the Parkland Way building, in this summer, just the next fiscal year. Our school budgets are the same. Our department budgets are dramatically the same. Very, very limited changes, and very limited changes to revenue as well. It's really just that transfer. Director Geiger.
And to clarify, is the additional transfer for Parkland Way, I will never, ever get that right, primarily coming from the West Glen sale?
You are correct. It is exclusively coming from the sale of that land.
Okay, I just wanted to double check. That was the promise we made. I assume that was true. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. It's just helpful to have that, for the public record, so thank you.
Great, so do I have a motion?
Move to adopt item 23, approval of the budget resolutions and financial plans for 2024-2025 budget.
Second.
Great, motion by Geiger, second by Moore. Roll call, Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Passes 7-0. On to item 24, the Mill Bond Oversight Ad Hoc Committee report to the Board of Education. I assume that's you, Mr. Freeman.
Greetings, President Williams, directors, and Superintendent Kane. So I'm John Freeman. I'm the chairperson of the Mill Bond Oversight Committee, or MBOC. Other members of the committee that are present tonight are Joe Robinson, Holly Cluth, Vanessa Hoffman, and Catherine Whitmore. And of those, I definitely would like to recognize Joe and Vanessa. Of the 16 original members, there's only 3 of us left. It's myself, Joe, and Vanessa. So thank you all for your service and hanging around and sticking out for all 5 years. Let's see. For the new members on the board, formed during the first 6 months of 2019 with the charges of to become familiar with the 2018 MLO and bond program and project list, to monitor the progress of the improvements and programs being implemented, and to ensure that the MLO and bond expenditures are in alignment with the ballot language approved by the voters. Since that time, the MBOC has met quarterly. We review the projects and spending in aggregate, as well as delving into subcategories such as facilities maintenance and improvements, construction, vehicle replacement, and information technology. We do not stay in the office. We get out and go places. So we've visited a number of facilities, and definitely the full impact that the difference the bond has made, really can't be appreciated without seeing all these things in person. So some of the places we visited are Sedalia, Castleview High, Douglas County High, Highlands Ranch High, Legacy Campus, and Vail. And also, since everyone on the committee is not available to tour schools during the day, we also hold our evening meetings out in schools. So they also have an opportunity to see these improvements in person. When we do meet in the office, we still obtain observations, data, and feedback from a variety of sources. For instance, we've had a number of principals present to the MBOC on how the bond has impacted their schools. And we also have a student representative on the committee to give us their insights. See, in regards to the overall spending on the 2018 bond, it was 100% spent at the end of January of '24. Quite an accomplishment. And I definitely would like to thank the operations and fiscal staff, for all their hard work in getting that done. Yeah, so thank you, Jana and Rich. For the 2018 MLO, please remember that the full year funding became available about halfway through the year, so the relatively little was spent in that first year. Therefore, the district has been able to spend slightly more than $40 million each year by drawing on those reserves. However, this will be the last year those reserves are available, so beginning next year, that budget will be $40 million moving forward. And the same situation will occur for a portion of the 2023 MLO. While the amount allocated for salaries will certainly be completely spent this year, there will be some carryover from the security portion of the budget. So next year's budget will likely be slightly greater than that $66 million. So the budget for the 2018 MLO has not changed significantly over the past 5 years. Delving into the special education support funds, an example of how these are spent would be the increased hours for the educational assistant level 4 positions. The number of counselors has fluctuated depending on the student count in each school. And the budget allocation for the career tech programming has increased due to the funding teachers at Legacy Campus. And this is merely the high-level budget for the 2023 MLO, showing the breakdown between the district and neighborhood school allocation and the charter school allocation. The district certainly did not waste any time implementing the spend plan for the 2023 MLO. That they are running down the road, which is wonderful. As you know, the staff received their salary increases within weeks of the MLO being approved. The security department, along with HR, has been quite busy hiring staff for the positions made possible by the additional funds. While there is a ways to go, significant progress has been made in this area due to the hard work of Superintendent Kane and her staff. The 2018 bond made it possible for the district to have multiple amazing accomplishments over the past 5 years. The district has completed countless maintenance projects, greatly expanded and improved career tech programming, and many, many more things as evidenced by the screen. All made possible by the funding so generously provided by the taxpayers of Douglas County. And it certainly took a multitude of people working diligently to meet the goals of the bond. From the outside contractors to the management staff at NV5, to the approximately 20 internal operations staff, to an untold number of finance staff. All of these people work together to achieve much more than any individual could. Let's see, I could stand up here and speak for quite some time about all the wonderful accomplishments of the bond. However, most of what I have to say is really essentially secondhand. While adults certainly matter, it's the students that we are here for. That's why we do all this. Therefore, I'd like for you to hear directly from student Jason Grugg on how the bond has impacted his educational experience by expanding access to career tech and improving the school climate and culture. So Jason, if you can come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Rook. I am a senior at Thunder Ridge High School, and I will be attending the EMT course at Legacy Campus in the fall of this year. Thank you to the voters of Douglas County for this extraordinary stepping stone for myself and the fellow students for this opportunity to jumpstart our lives after high school. By allowing this opportunity to take the EMT course that will propel me into my future career in medicine. Without the Legacy Campus, as well as the courses offered to the students, wouldn't be as prepared for the future and the paths that we set for ourselves later on in life. Thank you again for this amazing opportunity that you have set for myself, as I will be putting this to great use later on with propelling myself into becoming hopefully an ER doctor And I know a lot of friends who are also going to the Legacy campus that will be using this in humanitarian aid, along with going into the Air Force Academy through the aerospace project at Legacy campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. I'd also like to hear from Catherine Whitmore.
Hello, school board. I'm the recently new student representative on the Mill Bond Committee, and I just wanted to talk about some of the great effects that I've seen just recently coming onto this committee. Jason already talked about how this committee helped him get opportunities where he could learn into his own career that the school system couldn't allow. But I'd also like to talk about the different ways that the Mill Bond Committee can make the school feel safer and also look a lot nicer. I went to a charter school previously called Parker Performing Arts, and they got security funding in order to get more security guards on campus, and that made the school feel a lot more safer since it was a very small school. Both of my sisters went to Mountain Vista, and their entire carpets were redone to make it look more nice and more clean for the students. And as well, Thunder Ridge even was able to get new bleachers, and their bathrooms were fixed because of this funding. So not only does this funding help students in their future careers, but as well it makes a better learning environment for the students throughout the entire county. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Catherine. See, looking at the amount spent on each of these categories clearly shows the board's priority to spend the funds on areas directly impacting students while minimizing spending on management and support facilities. As we moved through the 5 years, the reporting given to us grew more detailed, which we appreciated. We have received a multitude of reports from staff, which we have scrutinized and asked questions about. And I'm definitely very proud to say that all of these reports are available online. Most important, each time there was a change. In looking to the future, what does the MBOC believe needs to happen in order for another bond to gain the approval of the voters? First and foremost, it would be quite helpful to use more specific ballot language than what was used previously. Then back up that specific language with detailed list of maintenance projects, description of new construction, IT purchases, programmatic items, etc., along with budgeted or estimated amounts, and eventually the actual cost, all publicly available on the district's website for anyone and everyone to see. The district definitely has made progress toward this with the posting of the bond plan, but more work probably needs to be done in this area. The district's financial needs are enormous, and while any additional funding brought in by a new bond will be greatly appreciated, these funds will not come close to addressing all of the needs. Therefore, it is expected over the life of the bond, new urgent needs will appear while existing needs will be moving up and down the priority list. With that in mind, a very open and understandable process for reallocating funds within a future bond would be welcomed. Posting this process on the district's website will reassure the public that yes, there is a specific plan in place to ensure the funds are being spent to address the greatest needs, while also remaining true to the voters' expectations as to how the funding will be spent. See, transparency is in the details, especially in the financial details. For the next bond, please consider tracking expenses at the specific maintenance project, programmatic, or individual purchase level instead of at the school, facility, or district level. Does this take time and require a minimal investment in staffing and/or software programs? Certainly does, but the knowledge gained will be worth the effort. We firmly believe that learning from the past and striving for improvement in the future will lead to positive outcomes for all stakeholders. For the 2018 bond, the district struggled to spend the funding within the 5-year time frame. For the significantly larger proposed 2024 bond, please consider issuing the bonds in 3 cycles and not all at once. While it would require the funds to be spent over a longer time frame, it would also allow the district to be more thoughtful with how the funds were spent and ensure that deadlines are met. The MBOC will continue to monitor the 2018 MLO and take a deep dive into the 2023 MLO to ensure that it's meeting its objectives. And we are certainly looking forward to providing oversight for the next approved ballot initiative. A key charge given to the MBOC is to monitor the expenditures to ensure that they are in alignment with the ballot language. On one hand, we can certainly attest that they are in alignment. On the other hand, that does need to be balanced with the generic ballot language, which does not put any additional limitations on what may be purchased with bond funds versus the general fund. For additional information on the MBOC or the bond or the MLO in general, I'd like to refer you to our annual report. Probably the most useful aspect of that report are the links it contains to the various sections on the district website, which contain comprehensive information regarding the bond spend. And at this point, I'd like to take any questions you might have.
First, thank you so much, and thanks to the entire MBOC. I know how much pride you guys take in looking at every single item and really digging in deep. So thank you very, very much for your time and your dedication to the district.
Thank you.
Director Geiger.
Well, I'm disappointed, Mr. Freeman, in that you drastically understated the difficulties. There was, by the way, a COVID pandemic. There were not 1, not 2, but as I believe, 3 superintendents. We had turnover in staff. We had turnover in cabinet. We had turnover, and this committee just ground through it. It's truly astonishing. Mr. Robinson, Ms. Cluth, as community members, you showed dedication in ways that we cannot fully express. And Mr. Freeman, I don't know what else you do because you're here all the dang time. I know your work on the long-range planning committee, but your work on MBOC, I think, should stand as an example to people across the state about how you do this right. This is an astonishing report after an astonishing amount of work. Even when there was chaos at the top of the district, the people underneath worked incredibly hard to make this work. I was proud to work for that bond. I was proud to support as a member of LRPC. I'm proud of how it's been spent, and we are all proud of the entire committee. And thank you for that.
All right, Director Weiniger.
Thanks, John. I know you put a lot of work into this presentation and your report and everything, and you did a great job. And thank you, Jason and Catherine, for speaking on how the bond money has affected your school life for the better. It's always good to hear from our students. And thank you, Joe and Vanessa, for lasting all this time, and Holly for being here. And I've loved being liaison here, and it's actually been really cool past 2 years to see that bond money being spent, eventually being all spent. And I think it was a sense of accomplishment for the whole committee to see it spent well. And you guys have been a big help on giving assurance to our community that it was. And thank you to the staff members providing all that info. So I feel like it's kind of ending because the bond's over, but hopefully this isn't the end. And I know we're going to still look over the MLO, but yeah, that's more to come on there. So thank you. Just thank you. You did a great job.
Director Moore.
Yeah, John and your committee, thank you guys for all the hard work. And for my edification, because I'm still learning about all this, very new, and while a lot of it makes sense, some things do not. So I have one question. On slide 14, when you talk about recommendations, you talk about for a bond size of $450 million or greater, you recommend doing that over 3 cycles. I assume that means 3 election cycles, or no? What do you mean by that?
No, the voters would approve the $450 million, or whatever the amount is, at one time. So like this November.
Right.
But then the district's got the option that they could go ahead and issue the entire $450 million in bonds right then, or they could issue, say, $150 million in bonds immediately, And then a couple years later, issue another 150. And a couple years after that, issue 150.
Okay.
So you don't have to do all 450 at the same time.
Okay.
And I'm also not, I'm not advocating that they do it in even thirds. Oh, did Jana leave? Oh, right there. Yeah, I'm sure she's back there with some interesting thoughts about me right now. But for instance, the first third would be the largest, because that would also include the construction of the new schools. So you'd have the new schools cost in there, plus some maintenance. Then those second and third issuances would be smaller.
Thank you. That helps clarify it. Just last comment to the students. You guys are good public speakers. You should be proud of yourself. Well done.
Great. All right, Director Meek.
Yeah, Mr. Freeman, thank you, and thank you to the entire committee. This work is so foundational for us being successful moving forward in future bonds, and has been integral with helping to build trust with our community, which is, the glue that holds us together. So thank you all so much for that work. And I love that you harnessed your collective wisdom and the lessons learned. I think this is really powerful, and I think it's really important for us to seriously consider all of the feedback that the committee provided. So thank you all. It's much appreciated.
Director Myers, and then Director Thompson.
Thank you, John. I really appreciate the information, and I also appreciate the times that you've spent in conversation with me personally and through email. Director Moore actually asked my question, so I thought, oh boy, I'm glad I only had one for the whole presentation, because everything else was so thorough. So thank you so much, and we always appreciate when our kids are here. And telling how good the school district and what's going well for them, so thank you for being here.
Director Thompson.
All right, so singing of your praises a little bit more. So thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you to all the MBOC committee members over the 5-year period for their service and time. This presentation was fantastic. I find the report very helpful and useful, especially having links in there. It's just a great document for us to reference and think through. So I appreciate that very much, your attention to detail. Some key things I really enjoyed about this presentation that I just want to talk about is one, acknowledgement of the committee members, but then also acknowledgement of the staff. I really appreciate that you pointed out the level of work that went behind all of this. And it also speaks volumes to the work that you guys did with oversight, that you understand the scope of that. I appreciated the student voice tonight, so thank you for taking time to be here to give us the impact that it's had for you guys. I appreciated the staff voice that we saw in the report. And to echo Director Meek, the lessons learned and recommendations I found very helpful. So just overall, thank you. Appreciate it.
Great.
So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, moving on to item 25, the adoption of the 24-25 Master Capital Plan. Looks like you're up, Mr. Mugler.
Thank you. While I could set up here, I wanted to comment on Superintendent Kane's note about the seniors being lifelong members of the school district. I am a graduate of Inglewood High School, and we're holding our 60th class reunion on Sunday. So we continue to be part of that family over that 60-year period of time. But tonight, Superintendent Kane, President Williams, and members of the school board here tonight to give you an overview of the 24-25 Master Capital Plan and ask for your adoption of that plan. As part of that, I want to make sure I thank the committee for the work we put in on it, particularly our subcommittee, which John happens to chair, so you can imagine the details have been reviewed. And also the staff for the hard work they put in putting together a pretty major document. As an overview, the district maintains almost 7 million square feet of building space. It is obligated to properly maintain its assets to ensure they are safe, durable, and able to serve their intended use. Reinvestment in facilities is not comparable to home maintenance due to the size and the use of the facilities, as well as the high standards of educational occupancy. For example, that standard $200 toilet you may buy from Home Depot may last years in your house, but would not last even a day in a school building. And we know because it's happened. That's why it can easily cost $35 million or more each year for basic maintenance. But even that amount does not allow the district to proactively address all of the maintenance issues on the horizon. And some of the numbers you see on the slides here may differ from slide to slide because there are different definitions of what's included in it, but I can assure you we've reviewed all the numbers. Just a quick review of what we have here in the district. We have facilities that have to serve 62,000 students. It makes us the third largest school district in the state of Colorado. We are the largest employer in Douglas County. The 90 schools have an average age of 30 years. So if your home is 30 years old, you'll know the kinds of maintenance you're having to put into it. We have to do that as well. They range in size from 50,000 square feet to 250,000 square feet. That 7 million square feet of facility space is several times larger than the 1.6 million square feet that are in Park Meadows Mall. So you can imagine what their maintenance budget is. We have something several times that magnitude. What's different in this year's master capital plan, we've added a couple of pages to include the legacy campus now that it's part of our facilities and the Vail project location. We've added more description to Stone Canyon. It was in the master capital plan for the first time last year. Now we have details about that. And we've added a table of contents. We've wanted to do that for a couple of years. And it'll hopefully be helpful for you. I know it was helpful for me in getting ready for tonight. While both of the facilities I mentioned were added in the inventory last year, they were not in the master capital plan because they were undergoing extensive renovations. And by waiting until next year to include them, the remaining needs will be more easily defined and prioritized. We also are looking at what we can do in the next version of this. We are planning on splitting it maybe into two documents, one of which is kind of an executive summary. We have an executive summary in there now, but it kind of gets lost in all the other material so that it's easier for you to hand it out when you're talking to somebody about what are the needs of the district. We're also looking at a way of getting it easier to access on the web. Right now, it's one large document, and if we can be a little more current with the technology, we can make sure it's much easier for us to find things on the site on the web. Last year was the first year that the 5-year capital plan hit the $1 billion mark. It continues to do that, and not only for our 1 to 5 year needs, but also for the 6 to 10 year needs. We're now looking at about $1 billion, and that includes not just new construction, but the ongoing capital maintenance needs. The capital construction needs, you might notice that they were a little bit lower than last year. We think that's due to some stabilization in the cost of construction materials, and hopefully we'll see some of that continuing in the future. But costs continue to go up. Here's what we've seen over the last 6 years for the cost of a new elementary school. In 2018, we could have built a new elementary school for $31 million. We probably did build a couple in that cost. But now in this master capital plan, the new elementary schools that we have listed in the document are expected to cost $58 million each. And we wanted to note that probably we shouldn't be calling this the 1 to 5 year new construction needs. It's the 0 to 5 year construction needs. We have some of these facilities that we needed maybe last year or the year before. For example, the Sterling Ranch Solstice Elementary School. We're now busing those children across Santa Fe to schools in Highlands Ranch, which are now, we're having to balance from school to school to make sure that we can accommodate all those students. Middle school expansion would also be a great benefit because it would relieve some congestion in existing schools by shifting grade 6 to be served from, instead of elementary schools, to the middle schools in those vicinities. Go. Go. So looking further out, that's where we've got almost another $1 billion. And you can see we have some new school buildings in that time period as well. 2 middle-high campuses, one to serve the Ridgegate area and one to serve Sterling Ranch area. And you can see the cost of those. A combined middle school, high school is now over $350 million. That's almost your bond issue right there. We hopefully have properly looked at what the inflation might be between now and then, but that's something that we'll monitor from year to year as we update the report to see if those costs are going to even grow from what we're showing here. Oop, went too far. We've seen an average yearly increase from one master capital plan to another about 16%. You can see we had some drop from last year to this year, again, because I think inflation has eased our expectations, particularly on the construction side, maybe not for our personal inflation needs. But you can see that, that it continues to grow, and here I think is the helpful one. Oh, there. What difference does a bond issue make? And we've tried to chart on here what happened from year to year over the past 6 years, including what happened from the bond. So you can see the 2018 bond, we getting organized in 2019 to spend that, but in 2021, you can see that significantly reduced the 1 to 5 year capital needs we saw at that point because of the money we had available to do those. So we hit the big things that year, and then the next year was still much lower than 2 years before that. But by 2023, the needs were starting to outgrow again the amount of available funds from the capital bond issue. We do tier this so that we can identify those needs that are extremely critical, that if something like that fails, we'd have to shut down a school. For example, if a boiler goes in the middle of winter, we're just going to have to close that school. And getting a new boiler in could be a 1 to 2 month effort to get that replaced. The Tier 2 issues are important. They may shut down part of a facility or mean a certain function can't be carried out. Get down to Tier 4 items, those are kind of the, gee, it'd be nice to have, but isn't going to be something that closes a school. I wanted to note that one of the things that all of us probably do when we get this document is to look up a school that's of interest to us. I have 2 granddaughters that attend Mountain Vista High School, so I pulled the Mountain Vista page. I didn't put a slide up on it, but the needs right now, even though there were significant improvements made to Mountain Vista from the last bond, total over $5 million in these. And they include replacing the rooftop units for the HVAC system. So that again is a Tier 1 thing. If those fail, my grandkids will be out of school for a while until they can get that fixed. So this is on page 126 of the document, and the schools are listed in alphabetical order. So if you're interested in a school that's before the M's, you'll find it before page 126. If you're down there in the R's or the T's, you're going to have to dig even deeper into the document. That's one of the things we want to make easier with the electronic version next year. So with that, I want to put it before you for adoption for the current master capital plan, and I'll see if I can answer any questions.
Well, first, thank you very, very much for this. I actually just clicked on the link and there are 316 pages. So it's quite the feat, and I very much appreciate the work that the LRPC does around this. When I was the liaison for the first 2 years of my tenure, I learned a lot and I realized how much work you all really put into this, so thank you. And I also found it very helpful on your slide that talked about what the funding needs would be over the next 6 to 10 years, I think it was.
Yes.
I think it helps us as a board recognize what the funding needs are, what it looks like, and help us make good decisions moving forward. So thank you very much for that.
Sure.
Any? Director Meek?
Mr. Mugler, thank you so much for the presentation. If anyone's watching tonight, I think they're just going to be blown away with how extraordinary our citizen committees are. The work you do is so impressive and so needed. So thank you so much for this presentation. I really love the DCSD by the numbers slide, which I think gives us some really great stats to have on hand. In particular, the 7 million square feet of facility space, 1,500 acres of land, and you compared that with Park Meadows. I was hoping you were going to tell us what Park Meadows' maintenance budget is, because I thought that would be really, really fascinating as well as a comparison stat. If anyone knows.
It's probably not publicly available.
Yeah, I would love to know it, though. I also like the context on the cost of a school, the cost to build a school, and just how much it has skyrocketed, because I think for those that have been engaged in our district in the past, they probably have those old numbers in their mind, but it's even skyrocketed. And then lastly, you mentioned the technology to help deliver it maybe in a more user-friendly way. Is that something that LRPC is currently engaged in, researching?
Well, we're recovering from just getting this done now, but it's on our list to do, before January, we need to pretty well have that concept in mind so the staff can start putting the document together.
So I can't remember if I shared a sample. Jeffco has this interactive tool. Did I share that?
You did it at our retreat, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because I thought it was a nice model.
Yep.
But definitely having interactive tools where we can make the most of all of the really valuable work that you do. So thank you.
Director Moore?
Yeah, Larry and all the members of the committee, I have really enjoyed the last few months working with all of you and learning from you. You do fascinating work. You do a great job. You put it in a format that even at 300 plus pages, you can find everything you would need. And if you want to make an argument for or against something, you can simply go research it and find it. And you're going to be well informed. And it's a fabulous document, big but fabulous.
Yes.
And I just really appreciate all the hard work that went in to get us to there. And the committee deserves all that. And thank you.
Thank you.
Director Geiger?
Having presented this a couple of times, this is probably the best we've ever seen, which I'm a little bit jealous of, but we'll go for it. To me, the striking one was the one you agreed with, slide 10, showing that even with the generosity of the voters and a $250 million bond, we're sticking fingers in dikes. We're trying to stop. The $250 million only dealt with emergencies. And it was well spent, it was well supervised, and it only just knocked us back a little bit on our needs. We will use this document for a lot of things. We will use it to perhaps promote a new bond and how much we know. And now that we know that 250 perhaps isn't sufficient, we know that we need to go for more. We will use this when we consider a consolidation of schools in the North Planning area. We will use this in terms of the capacity and the needs of those buildings. We will use this to understand where growth is coming from and where we have to start addressing it. This is an incredibly valuable document. It has gotten massive over the last 10 years, and I hope that you will do some research and come back to administration about whether or not some additional funds are necessary to make this an even more usable document. But I want to thank you for the presentation. I want to thank you for the clarity of the presentation. I think it helps everyone understand what we've got going on. Those numbers are eye-popping and terrifying, and we appreciate you coming forward with those. I would also share that obviously I know that Ms. Caldwell has put a massive amount of time into this. Staff works incredibly hard on this. There is a whole crowd back there making this work. And I thank you for that, and if we are ready, I would move to adopt the master capital plan.
Director Thompson first.
Yeah, so I just wanted to echo the other sentiments. Thank you for all of this work, for the committee and for staff. And I really appreciated it. None of this is easy to understand, right? It's really complicated. It's a big district. But the presentation was a digestible presentation, and the readability of this document is fantastic. It is very easy to understand and see what is happening. So just kudos all the way around to everybody who's contributed to this and all of our longstanding members of LRPC. So thank you.
And with that, I move to adopt the 2024-2025 Master Capital Plan as presented.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Thompson. Roll call, Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Passes 7-0. Thank you so much for all of your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Great, and then we're going to move to item 26, the calendar approval for the 25-26 and 26-27 school years.
He's got his head down the whole time. You know, Michael's pretty facial. Oh, nice, thank you. All right, good evening, board members. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present. It's that time of year again where we start talking about calendars. We've gotten ourselves back onto a regular schedule of coming back and putting forth 2 consecutive academic calendars a year in advance. We really like to propose those calendars a full academic year in advance so that families have an opportunity to plan. A few things about this process. We have a full committee that works on this process for an entire year. They work on putting calendars together. This committee is made up of parents and staff, and you can see the full list there. Before I go any further, I really want to thank that committee for their time and dedication. It is not an easy role to put a calendar together. It's not an easy process to put all the options together and try to meet the needs of everyone who's asking. So those needs, back in 2022, we created a survey that just asked what particular features do you want to have on a calendar? What's really important to you? And so we asked them to rank order different features. Things like having a full week of Thanksgiving, having a fall break, having a spring break, when semesters ended. We asked them questions on the key takeaways. In that particular survey, we almost had 12,000 responders. So calendars are very important to our families and to our staff. The 4 key takeaways was a later start, full vacations, and an earlier end. So I would like you to keep that in mind as I present, that it's a later start, a full vacation suite, and an early exit at the end of the year. So the calendar committee does the best that they can to accommodate all 3 of those. The other thing that is a big need is ending the semester at winter break. That allows us to align with our partners, our concurrent enrollment partners who offer the high school credits for college courses. It allows us to end those semesters in conjunction with that. So those are really the 4 things. The calendar committee reviews that each time that we come back together as kind of their guiding principles.
And this year, they started really meeting back in September, all the way through. And they start with 60 calendars of just incorporating all of the different options that we have. They spend a lot of time debating and whittling that down to a smaller portion where they can actually take that out and survey and ask the community, ask the parents, and ask the staff what's their preference. Here's a calendar of the process itself. The last step that we did take, the calendar committee did present to the District Accountability Committee their recommendation, and we're bringing that fully to you right now. There's a full website if folks are curious about what the process is. It's linked to the presentation. It's also on the DCSD webpage. Here are the results of the survey. You can see the proportion of students, parents, staff members, and community. You can see by and large the two largest are our parents and our staff members are the two largest responders to that survey. We typically have this survey open for 3 weeks-ish depending on when it's issued. And it's a quite popular survey. So looking at the results, we divided the results into 2 portions. One where we asked demographic information just to know who they are. The second is we put the options up, and we had 4 options for them. All 4 options were linked for them to dive in and to look, and it was also described. They were asked to put a preference, A, B, C, or D. What was their preference? So they had to rank order them 1 through 4. We took those responses and weighted them. The first, we allocated more points than their 4th respondents. You can see overall, option B had the highest average score and also was the first choice for most people. But we also disaggregate that to look across the different demographic groups. And as you can see, different groups had slated different calendars as being number 1. That immediately presented a problem for our calendar committee, as now that there is a disagreement, which we'll get to in just a minute. They also did the same thing for the second set of calendars, 26-27. In this case, instead of option B, option A was the one that was not only first choice, but also had the largest weighted score. In this case, it was more alignment between this case. So they felt better about this calendar and giving a firm recommendation than the first. So they looked at the feedback for 25-26. 25-26, if you look at it just as an academic calendar or just a regular calendar for that year, there are some features in that calendar that shift. As everyone knows, the calendar every year shifts, days shift. Things like Christmas are not on the same day of every year. It moves just based on the year. There's a unique feature for 25-26 that was causing some of the issue to not getting a later start, full vacations, and an early release. So that was the construct that they had to talk and debate about. The other thing that they noticed is by having a calendar B and an A, you would be introducing a substantial change to our community. So 1 year, you would have a full Thanksgiving break. 1 year, you wouldn't. So your parents would have to understand that you would have a difference in a large break from 1 year to the next. And that was a conversation that we had in terms of having consistency between calendars and knowing the attendance patterns for a Thanksgiving break if it's not the same. So what they did is they went back and they're recommending to you to blend both A and B together. That's the great part about having 60 calendars. There was actually one that is a blend between those two. And the interesting part is in order to gain a full week of a Thanksgiving break, they just had to move 1 day between the 2 semesters. So it moved our ending date back 1 day in order to accommodate that. So here's the shift between calendar A and calendar B. The biggest shift is that Thanksgiving break. That's why it's red on this side where it shows that the break is on Thanksgiving, which is allowing a full week of break of Thanksgiving. And they shifted the end date back a day to accommodate. A normal Thanksgiving break is usually 2 days of school plus 3, or it's a full week off. And so they wanted to be able to accommodate that to align with the other calendar that's 26, 27. So easier to communicate, more consistent pattern with the calendars between the two. And those are the major features. The start date was pushed back later. The fall break and Thanksgiving were one full week, and the last day still ended up in May. So trying to honor all of the different requests. And then 26, 27, again, different year. It just so happens that that year, the starting time was actually later. It ended up on the 12th, just the way that that academic and calendar year line up. They were still able to honor both a full fall break and Thanksgiving break while still ending before June. I gave you a lot of resources and I gave you a lot of information. You have all 8 calendars were under consideration, the 4 for each year, as well as the survey responses and then the recommendation from the committee. When we presented the findings to the DAC supported this change in having a consistent calendar from the 25, 26, and 26 and 27 school year. And with that, I will take questions.
Yeah, so I was gonna first say the same thing, the DAC. It was presented on 2 different occasions, I believe, to the DAC, and the second time they did make the recommendations to move forward with what was brought forth by the calendar committee. And I just want to say thank you for all the work that goes into that, because 60 calendars is no small thing. I can't even imagine looking at all that and then, you know, narrowing it down to what you do to give our parents and our community members and staff. So thank you very much. I think Director Thompson.
Just a question about consistency compared to like this school year and the previous school year. And then the key takeaways, do those shift over time or they stay like relatively consistent?
Well, a couple of things. Let's go with the consistency. They're calling this a conventional calendar because it matches more closely what this year and previous years. And so the 25-26 proposed calendar and the 26-27 proposed calendar are more similar to what we have now. The general features of calendars have shifted over time. We've seen some dramatic shifts, 20 plus years ago when fall break was introduced and the full week of Thanksgiving were introduced. Generally speaking, the pattern is based on local asks. And so that's why every couple of years, we will put out a survey to ask what are the key features that you want to see in a calendar, just to see if anything shifts over time.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Even though you notice similarities over time, we always are asking, so that's fantastic.
Director Weiniger.
Yeah, thank you to the calendar committee, because this is not an easy feat. I had a question if there was any, because I noticed on the 25-26 academic calendar that's being proposed, which I believe, I don't know if you have it up here, but it's an attachment we had. It looks like the school year will end after Memorial Day, and I know that was one of the must-haves. Was there any discussion around that? It kind of seems, when I'm looking at when Memorial Day falls on, it kind of seems like we're stuck with it, but if you can expand on that at all, because I'm sure we might get some comments as next year ends next year, yeah.
Absolutely, I can respond to that. Yes, there was active conversation about that change. They did have a lot of discussion about all of these things are levers in terms of when you're trying to build a calendar, what lever are you going to hold to and which one are you going to pull to make it work so that we have enough academic days in order to meet state level requirements for instructional hours. So it was a very, very active calendar. But I do know that the committee felt strongly to honor the fall break and also the Thanksgiving break. And they felt like pushing it beyond by one day. They were willing to do that in order to honor the fall break and the full Thanksgiving break.
Yes, thank you. That makes sense, because it is starting still pretty early in that semester in January, and having Memorial Day 25th, you're kind of stuck, but I just wanted to hear the thoughts around that, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Director Geiger.
Again, before you sit on this dais, this is one of those things you think just shows up. And then you sit here and understand how tremendous amount of work that went into this. I want to tell you, and you may not know this, one of the biggest consumers of your calendars is people like me who are divorce lawyers. Doing this in advance, doing it 2 years in advance, assists us in helping our clients on parenting plans. And I don't know if you've ever considered that.
Interesting.
But when we sit down to work on parents who are divorcing, we sit down with these calendars and we write out parenting plans. And to have them done in advance, to have them clear in advance, helps that not insignificant number of parents who are sharing custody in our county. So I don't know if you've ever been told thank you by divorce lawyers, but thank you. It really, no, I mean, it really does help, because there are other places where every year parents are litigating vacations because they change, because they don't know. And so I would advocate that one of the issues is that clarity and consistency and predictability is vital for that subset of people involved, and I think for a lot of other parents. So one, thank you very much for doing this. Two, thank you for putting it in a color-coded calendar so that people can understand it, unless, of course, they're trying to deliberately misunderstand it, not an unusual circumstance in my day job. But I would urge you to continue to do so and to continue to do it farther out, because I think that very much helps families.
Well, thank you very much. I've not heard that before, but that does give me ideas for being able to recruit a new clientele for that committee. So I may be reaching out for somebody in that field.
Maybe parents less domestic lawyers. I don't think so.
Director Meek.
Yeah, I just want to echo, thank you for all of that work. And I may have missed it, and it's kind of related to what Director Geiger was just saying. Did you say what the process is moving forward for the next iteration of the calendar development?
Yes. So this next year is really an off year because they really have 2 years. They will convene the calendar committee. It won't be as frequent. They won't be as meeting every month, but they'll start beginning the groundwork for what the next phase would look like. One of the conversations that was brought up was the idea of maybe surveying again and finding out if those particular set of needs based on that needs survey would be something to investigate. There's also some considerations of looking around us to see what other calendars for school districts around us are looking like. So they will be convening this next year, not as frequently. The following year, they'll have the full schedule where they survey and they start the development process. But we'll give them a little bit of a break of time next year.
The Student Advisory Committee, we were doing some planning, Student Advisory Group, and they were wondering if there were needs in the upcoming year for students to be part of a committee or supporting that. So it sounds like no for next year, or yes.
I'll go back and talk to the Director of Academic Systems and find out what specific needs they may have from a student perspective.
Thank you.
So do I have a motion concerning the calendar approval?
Move to adopt the 25, 26, and 26, 27 calendars as presented.
Second?
Motion by Geiger, seconded by Weiniger. Roll call, Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Passes 7-0. And with that, thank you so much, Mr. Reynolds.
Absolutely, and we'll be posting these. I know we've already getting requests from parents to see them. We'll be posting them as soon as we can.
Great, thank you so much. All right, so we will move to a recess for 15 minutes. So we will come back at 7:48. The Board of Education is now back in session. Moving on to item number 29, the staff bond recommendation for a 30-minute presentation and a 15-minute Q&A.
Okay, thank you. We'll work on getting it up here. There we go. That's the one. Thank you. Okay, so we are here tonight to talk to you about our recommendation. Of course, the formal recommendation will be given to you in August after we have all of the polling and all of the information. But I wanted to just give you an idea of the draft of that formal recommendation so we can make sure we have your feedback. And I really, really want to thank my colleagues and especially COO Rich Cosgrove and all of our finance people and all of our operations folks for putting together the details of all of those projects. If you were able to look at any of those documents, there were a million details in them. So I'm really appreciative for the time everyone took to make sure that we have a detailed bond plan and so that we can be as transparent as possible to our public. All right, so tonight I will go through our challenges and the little bit of the background. We'll talk a little bit about the master capital plan since there are direct ties and scenarios to address the challenges and next steps. So again, I know you all have seen this, but our challenge, of course, is in terms of our capital maintenance needs, so our needs to invest in the taxpayer assets that are our buildings. We have a current backlog of around $300 million, and it increases by about $35 million a year. And there's no way to pay for that outside of reserves or changing the way that we are doing operations. Our taxpayer dollars are continuing to be spent on avoidable expenditures that we are spending to have reactive measures when we have aging infrastructure that we can't update, equipment failures, things like water damage, et cetera, as a result of those equipment failures. So we continue to spend taxpayer dollars on avoidable and reactive measures. And finally, as you know, we are addressing overcrowding and our new communities with mobile classrooms and boundary changes in existing neighborhoods, and it's been a real challenge. So I'm going to start with the last challenge, the growth side. And I know you have seen this map a number of times, but one of the ways that I explain this is that we are walking a tightrope between a proximity problem. So we want to make sure that we have a neighborhood of school available for our new communities so that the community that they move into has a school available for their children. That's kind of a proximity or the school void problem. The other problem is a capacity problem, which is where we have overcrowding as a direct result of that community's existence and growth. In some areas, we have more of a proximity problem than a capacity problem. And in other areas, it's the other way around. So I know in the LRPC and their discussions have really kind of talked about the priority order for building potential new schools. And in thinking about that, we are thinking about that tightrope between proximity and capacity. In an ideal scenario, you would address both when you could. And so that's a little bit of the thinking that went into what priority order the elementary schools are listed in. So this map, of course, shows you our school voids, the proximity problem that we have in pretty stark terms. You can see these new communities that do not have schools as a part of them. And the challenge, of course, that we are facing is all the students that are being generated by these new communities are going to schools in other communities that are existing communities and flooding the outer edge of those existing communities, causing the people who live, eventually will cause the people who live on the outer edge of those existing communities to have to be boundaried further in to the community and away from the neighborhood school that's actually right there where they live. That is the ultimate problem that will happen as we continue to flood our existing communities with students from new communities. And again, how new schools get built. Growth does not pay its way when it comes to schools. We have to pass a bond initiative in order to build new schools. Developers are required to donate land. Developers often pay an impact fee per unit, but that impact fee per unit does not raise enough dollars to build a new school. So for example, in Sterling Ranch, to date, we have collected about $3 million in impact fees. We will eventually need to build an entire feeder area in Sterling Ranch. $3 million will not even buy us the parking lot of the first school of that entire feeder area. So nor would it have in Highlands Ranch at the time that Highlands Ranch was being built, or in any of the meadows, any of our communities at the time they were being built. Our county used to pass bonds consistently about every 3 years from 1984 to 2006. That's why we have schools. And the last of those schools was built in 2010. Now, this growth and decline is all together, right? So what about areas of declining enrollment? It's important that as part of this discussion, our taxpayers know that we are also addressing areas of declining enrollment and that this board is addressing areas of declining enrollment. And so we will continue to keep the board and the community updated on the potential consolidation of some schools in Highlands Ranch, where we will pair 2 schools into a single school. We are addressing that because it is prohibiting students from having opportunities. When a school becomes incredibly small, students are not able to have the full suite of specials like art, music, and PE, let alone things like after-school activities or STEM or language, things that are available in schools that just have more economy of scale for more students. And we've learned, so looking back at the schools that were built out in Highlands Ranch, they were built to be fairly small schools. And so when we're in a situation of declining enrollment, what was kind of the minimum amount you would need to run a school is what they were built for. And then when you've got an even lesser amount than that, it's not sustainable in terms of opportunities for students. So as we look forward at building elementary schools, we would be looking at building larger elementary schools that can house, say, 700 students now. And then 20 years from now, when those new communities are experiencing what we are seeing in Highlands Ranch and other areas of Douglas County, if that 700 student school declines to a 500 student school, it is still enough to have opportunities for students and to have that economy of scale so that we can try to make a solution that's sustainable going forward. Okay, and just a reminder for anyone watching of how bonds work. The district or the Board of Education asks through a ballot initiative permission to take out a loan on behalf of the taxpayers. And then if they pass that, that loan is paid off each year through basically a loan payment that the taxpayers pay through the tax levy that is collected from taxpayers each year. So that's what it looks like. Over time, the district pays off old issuances and can restructure issuances, et cetera. And the idea would be that as one payment falls off, and so our payment that our taxpayers have to pay is less, if we can get a bond passed, we can fill in the new payment from the new debt and eventually be able to keep our tax levy steady while continuing to have the ability to invest in our assets, the taxpayers' assets, that are the 111 school buildings and other buildings that we have in Douglas County School District. And so you've seen this chart before, but this shows you a little bit about the history. The bonds that have passed are in the dark red. The proposed potential bond is in the lighter red. And then the blue line is the tax rate. So following the tax rate for debt payoff over the years, you can see that since 2013 to today, the tax rate has dropped from about 15 mils to about 5 mils. And so our taxpayers have seen a significant savings, and our school district has had an inability to truly invest and continue to keep up our taxpayers' assets. I'm also sharing with you historic investments in schools across the metro area, just to give everyone an idea of how different districts are investing in their schools. This is not an apples to apples comparison because our districts are not all the same size. So Littleton Public Schools, even so, Littleton Public Schools has invested significantly more than we have, and they are a fraction of the size of Douglas County. So that's something to keep in mind when you look at this. The other thing to keep in mind is that we did not project what kind of bonds other districts might be asking for. But we believe there are at least 2, maybe 3 billion-dollar bond requests coming in the metro area. And then finally, just talking about the master capital plan. One thing you will notice is that our numbers do not line up perfectly with the master capital plan that was just presented to you, because our numbers in this presentation was being developed in parallel with the 24-25 master capital plan. So when we come back in early August, we'll try to have that alignment be a little bit tighter, but that's the main reason. And so historically, as you've seen today, the Long Range Planning Committee and staff put together a master capital plan. That master capital plan is essentially a statement of the capital needs in our school district, whether it's capital maintenance needs or new construction, whatever those needs are. And then that plan is approved by the Board of Education each year. And so staff in this effort is trying to provide the Board of Education with a financial plan to be able to meet the agreed upon capital needs of the school district. This chart is from the 24-25 capital plan. And so are these numbers, at least based on this chart. But again, that was we have some alignment that we still have to do. But in any case, you can see that the 1 to 5 year needs, which do not include everything that Mr. Mungler spoke about in the master capital plan, is about $863 million. You can see that in the executive summary of the 24-25 master capital plan and how that $863 million breaks down. So that's the 1 to 5 year needs. And you all have committed $20 million in reserves. So that takes off $20 million of that $863 million number, which means, or 883. So we still have 863 needed. And that's 294 million in new construction and the rest in capital maintenance and other capital needs, which means that from 2024 to 2029, that if we were really meeting all the needs in the master capital plan, that would be an $863 million price tag. And if we take that further to 2030 through 2035, those needs, as you saw today, are around $1 billion. So financial planning for the master capital plan. We can address the master capital plan in a number of ways. This is where the glasses come out. But the ways that we can address the master capital plan, we can budget $166.6 million a year for the next 5 years. That would mean cutting 34% of operating expenses. And just to give our public an idea of what cutting 34% or $166 million a year in operating expenses actually means, running one comprehensive high school costs $20 million a year. So that gives you kind of an idea of the scale of $166 million. We could use unassigned fund balance, of which we have $64 million. And that would leave us with $153.8 million for the next 5 years, each year, and that's 31% in operational cuts. We could request a $35 million a year MLO to address ongoing capital needs. If we were to pass such a request, we would still have to budget $118 million a year for the next 5 years. One of the things that some of the board members have asked about is the idea of passing or requesting a capital maintenance MLO. That is something that staff would likely recommend once we get caught up. But we aren't caught up. We are really far behind in the backlog. Once the backlog is caught up, $35 million a year plus inflation is important. Mill levy override type solution would be much more advisable for capital maintenance moving forward. But we have to get caught up first. So again, because we're not caught up, it would still be $118.8 million a year or 24% in cuts. And we can also pass a series of bonds through the taxpayers to take on debt over the next 10 years in order to address the need to invest in assets. Most organizations invest in assets through debt rather than through cash or debt-free. The only way the district can become self-sustaining and truly have growth pay for itself is if we can have a debt plan that keeps our mill rate more or less flat, as we did for a very long period from 1986 to 1984 to 2006. It fluctuated, but it was more or less flat, and that allowed bonds to continue to be passed and those investments to continue to be made without taxpayers feeling the net of that change. Also, as assessed values grow, and that total will grow as new homes are added, we're again going to have more, that mill rate will be able to raise more dollars, which will help us cover inflation and increasing costs over time. Okay. So scenarios to address these challenges. So as we discussed at the our last conversation about this, we're coming forward with very detailed plans for both a potential $490 million bond and a potential $590 million bond. So I'm presenting 3 scenarios, those 2 plus the no bond scenario. So those are the 3 scenarios. So scenario A is $490 million. There would be $150 million spent in neighborhood school construction. And I'll talk about the highlights of this in just a moment. Capital renewal and replacement, you can see, is about $179 million. Transportation, growth and decline is $20 million. Safety and security for $10 million. Career and technical education, $38 million. Special education, $15 million. Information technology, $20 million. Athletics and activities, $12 million. And finally, contingency management and bond fees of $37 million. The vast majority of that is contingency. And we have a detailed list for the $490 million bond. So should anyone want to go in and look at what does that mean for Arrowwood Elementary School, they can click on this list and be able to find what it means for individual schools. We also have the lists broken out by regions, so we can communicate with Parker, what Parker schools would receive, or Castle Pines, et cetera. But I do want to give you some of the highlights rather than show you kind of everything. I'll give you some of the highlights from those lists. The new elementary schools would be in Sterling 2. We would do 2. The reason we would do 2 is twofold. One, escalating costs meant that we can't fit 3 within a $590 million bond anymore. And so far, yes, $490 million. Thank you, Director Geiger. And we are proposing investing $20 million in the growth and decline process in Highlands Ranch, which is a shift from the last bond proposal. So that is why you see 2 elementary schools on the $490 million bond proposal. Also, as I mentioned previously, We have very carefully had our demographer look at as current numbers as we possibly can in terms of that student generation. And so the priority, as mentioned earlier, has shifted from the canyons to the Ridgegate area. Now, it could cover both, but we're really talking about the Ridgegate area. And allow me to explain that shifting priority. So I mentioned the tightrope between avoid, that proximity piece, and capacity. The canyons, we have an absolutely proximity problem. We have a void. That's an area where there should be a school and kids are being bused across I-25 to go to Buffalo Ridge or Timber Trail. The canyons has not generated as many young children as was anticipated, probably due to the price point of the homes in the canyons. So we haven't had as many young children come out of that area, which means that Buffalo Ridge and Timber Trail can handle the capacity of students in the canyons for the next 4 to 5 years pretty well. Whereas in Ridgegate, we expect there to be a lot more younger families in Ridgegate due to the products that they're offering in Ridgegate. And students in Ridgegate would have to be bused not only across I-25, but actually to the other side of Lone Tree, all the way to Eagle Ridge Elementary. So you have one elementary to absorb that growth, and that distance is almost twice as long as the proximity distance on the canyon side. So that's why that shift was made to put Ridgegate, knock Ridgegate up on the list of priorities. Sterling Ranch is on fire. We could have 2 elementary schools in Sterling Ranch right now and they would both be full. So, and you all already know that. There's no question that that is the #1 priority for building a new school. The Sierra Middle School expansion is the next priority. Because the growth that's happening in that Crowfoot corridor in particular, but in Parker in general, is about to flood Sierra Middle School. If we're going to handle the growth in that area, we may have to shift some of our 6th grades, not all of them, but some of our 6th grades to Sierra. Sierra is currently just 7th and 8th grade, so we would have to be able to make that expansion. Mesa Middle School, which was talked about for the last bond proposal, which really was put together in 2022. Since then, we've really looked carefully at Mesa and their capacity for 6th grade. And we think we can add even another school's worth of 6th grade to Mesa without doing an expansion. And so if you think about that Crystal Valley area, you have the same issue where we have a proximity problem, but not a capacity problem. Okay. Legacy Campus Phase 2 is included in the $490 million. Like everything else, inflation caused that to get a little bit more than it was in the 22 or 23 bond. That includes the following pathways: construction, HVAC, electrical, carpentry, EV, so electrical vehicles, and advanced manufacturing, all as additional pathways for our students. I will tell you the demand for our career and technical education pathways has continued to accelerate, and we are not meeting all of that demand right now. This will help us meet a lot of the demand, not only from our students, but also from industry here in Douglas County and what they need our graduates to be prepared with. Likewise, we would propose adding the cosmetology pathway to Douglas County High School. Currently, we have a cosmetology program at Highlands Ranch High School, and while our aligned schedules allows it to, in theory, be accessible to all of our students, it would be really, really challenging to get from Chaparral High School or Legend High School all the way to Highlands Ranch High School for cosmetology. So we would like to have cosmetology in that Castle Rock Parker region on the east side of I-25 to be able to offer to our students. Our cosmetology wait list is crazy. We could fill the program 2 times over because the wait list is so significant. Automotive pathway, same reason, reverse regions. We offer the automotive pathway in Parker and Castle Rock. We do not offer it in Highlands Ranch, and there's always a significant demand for the automotive pathway. Parkland Phase 3 would be included in this proposal. Parkland Phase 3 will allow us to increase our ability to put special education offerings into that new building. So we'd love to maybe move additional bridge programming possibly to Parkland. And also one of the big challenges that we have is so many out-of-district placements for our students with needs that we can't necessarily meet. And some of those students have to be bused quite a long way. And most of those programs have very, very large wait lists. So our students aren't even necessarily able to get into them. So we would like to work with the community to figure out how we can meet the more of our needs of our students in that Parkland Way building, because we do have the square footage, but we need to make sure that we have the inside that meets all of the requirements for that. And then finally, I mentioned that programming expansion for growth and decline. The argument, of course, behind, again, consolidating schools is that the students are losing opportunities. When they're in a really, really small environment, they might not have art, they might not have music, whatever it might be. So as two sets of students from two schools come together in a destination building, we would like to improve that destination building to ensure that we are providing more opportunities for the students in conjunction with the two communities. So we will talk to the communities to find out, what really would resonate with those particular communities. But it could be a wing for STEM. It could be a variety of things that would allow that building, that destination building, to be able to handle the needs of those two communities coming together and provide those amazing opportunities to students, while in the long run, providing that financial stability that our taxpayers expect from the school district. And then finally, in the capital renewal and replacement, the bond would bridge us from our 2018 needs to 2026. This bond would get us only partway through 2026. So it would get us from 2018 to kind of the beginning of 2026 in terms of catching up on that capital maintenance needs, on the critical needs. That doesn't even count all the other needs that are on the list. So I'm only speaking of those critical Tier 1 and Tier 2 needs. I almost killed myself. Okay. And then this is the bond tax impact of Scenario A. So Scenario A, a $490 million bond, can be accomplished within our current bond tax rate. So in other words, it's a zero increase it's a zero tax increase bond for our taxpayers. However, in order to address the rest of the master capital plan of that 1 to 5 years, we would have to pass another bond in 4 years for approximately $371 million, which would mean an increase at that time of about 1.5 or 1.6 mils. So it's if we could pass potentially a no tax increase bond now, understanding that in 4 years, when we need to continue to be able to catch up and can meet the needs of the master capital plan, at that time, we would be asking our taxpayers for a 1.5 mil increase. So that's the $490 million bond plan, and I'm only projecting out the 1 to 5 years of the master capital plan when you see this 6.83 tax rate. In the end, our tax rate would need to settle somewhere around 9 mils in order for growth to pay for itself and for us to have a self-sustaining situation, assuming that our taxpayers are willing to pass a bond to take care of their assets every 3 to 4 years. And that makes a lot of modest assumptions about assessed valuation growth and growth in our county. So should those things be larger than expected, then we may be able to get closer. All right, and then this is the proposed language for Scenario A. Now, I have to tell you, we have gone around and around and around and around on bond language. So this is actually different than what you all have seen before, and it removes some flexibility for us that we are, but the finance people have determined that we can manage with that removed flexibility. That removed flexibility means that, it means the last paragraph is a lot longer. But the first paragraph starts with, without imposing any new tax, which is more clear than what we had before, which was something to the effect of, without an increase in the district's current mill rate of 5.2 mills, assuming current assessed values. It was like a whole long thing. This is without imposing any new tax. Shall Douglas County School District debt be increased $490 million with a maximum repayment cost not to exceed $895 million for the purposes of enhancing educational opportunities for students. This is more specific than the 2018 bond was. But it is also, we tried to, when making this recommendation, we were balancing between making it more specific than 2018 and making it short, as brief and concise as possible. Updating and equipping aging schools and facilities, building additional career and technical education pathways by constructing and expanding school facilities, constructing, equipping, and expanding neighborhood schools to accommodate for growth and reduce overcrowding, and upgrading school safety and security. And then you can see that last paragraph is longer than it has been previously, so that we could say without imposing any new tax up on the top. So this would be our proposed language for this. And of course, shall the district's expenditures be subject to an oversight committee. And then now we're switching gears to scenario B. So this is a potential $590 million bond plan. And I put in blue, tried to make it super easy for you to see what the difference is between the 490 and the 590. So in this case, 60 million more in neighborhood school construction to add a third school. So it would be, instead of 2, it would be 3, and I'll have the highlights on the next page. That capital renewal and replacement, our investment in our assets, we would add another 35 million, which would take us all the way to 2027. So it would take us all the way through 2026 and get us closer to being caught up. And then the other difference is an additional amount in growth and decline to provide improvements for Southridge Elementary, which is currently absorbing the growth from Crystal Valley. So we could provide some improvements to make sure that we are able to do that going forward. And then the other difference, of course, there's a nominal difference on contingency management. Bigger bond, you got to have more help managing it. The detailed links are all there. I separated out the district facilities list by school, as well as the CIP list in general for what is added due to the $590 million bond, and everything added, again, is in blue, even on those lists, it's in blue. It's also in blue here. The added new elementary school would be in the Crowfoot corridor. We had hoped that Lehman would help absorb, and it is helping to absorb the Crowfoot corridor. The Crowfoot corridor is starting to look a little like Sterling Ranch. It's crazy, the amount of homes in different communities, especially Anthology North, Canyon South, coming to the Crowfoot corridor. And I know some of us live in that general area and drive past it every single day, and we know what that looks like. And so Lehman was a little bit of a drop in the bucket of being able to absorb the growth. So that area is generating young families, and it's generating young families at crazy rates. So we have both proximity and capacity as critical problems in that area versus just one of those two. Okay, Sierra Middle School expansion, and again, a Southridge Elementary renovation due to the Crystal Valley growth. Legacy Campus Phase 2, same. The rest is the same, and the capital renewal and replacement, again, it gets us another year. By adding that 35 million, that gets us another year of catching up to do. So that would be that piece. And then this is what it looks like in terms of the impact on the mill rate. So a $590 million bond would be a tax increase of $73 per year on the average home in Douglas County, which is $6 a month. And it's a 1.5 mil tax increase. What it means is in 4 years, we can pass a bond covering the rest of the 1 to 5 year master capital plan without a tax increase. So the difference between 490 and 590 is really tax increase now or tax increase in 4 years. So that, again, gets us somewhere around that 6.7 area and allows us to be flat after another bond request that gets you to your 1 to 5 year master capital plan. And then this is the proposed language for scenario B. Of course, we can't say without imposing any new tax. So scenario B is pretty straightforward, increased 590 million for a repayment not to exceed 990 million. We're very grateful that number is less than $1 billion. And shall taxes be increased by not more than 60 million annually to pay that debt for the purposes of these. It is the same 4 purposes. So we don't say construct 2 neighborhood schools or construct 3 neighborhood schools. We don't get to that level of specificity in the language, but the bond plan published on our website that you have a draft of as part of your agenda packet for tonight, that plan is very, very specific about where the dollars are going. But again, in the language, it's a little more generic. It's specific as to the categories and areas that it's going, but it isn't all the way down to the bond plan piece, but that's on our website. And as with last year, we would ask you to approve both the ballot language and the bond plan, and staff would work to make sure that we have an accessible way for our public to be able to monitor the spending of the bond, as Mr. Freeman suggested, because we agree that that's really important. So we would work to make sure that we have an accessible way and a very clear process for how changing from this need to this need based on changing priorities for how that works. All right, and again, this one, that ugly second paragraph is shorter in this one because we aren't trying to figure out a way to say without imposing a new tax. Okay, and then this is what the plan looks like for 590 million. So again, it's a 1.5 mill rate increase. Incidentally, 6.7 mills is exactly what the mill rate was in 2023. So we're just asking taxpayers to go back 1 year because we dropped, right, in 2022, we were at 8, our mill rate was 8. Had we passed a bond in 2022, we would be in fantastic shape as far as future bonds, but we didn't. So in 2023, it dropped to 6.7. When we were unable to pass a bond in 2023, it dropped to 5.2. So even at this 590 million, we're talking about restoring the 2023 tax rate, the one that they just paid. Okay, and then, oops, did I go backwards? My apologies. Whoa, where am I? Yeah, I did go backwards. I'm so sorry. All right, well, here's the language. I don't know what order I went in. Wow. I am, yeah, okay. Thank you. I feel like I'm missing a slide. I dropped a slide somewhere. So scenario C, where we don't ask for a bond or don't receive a bond at all, this is the impact that has on our students in our district. Continued growth will mean students in new communities will continue to be diverted to overflow schools in existing communities. Thereby, the students that live near the overflow schools will eventually have to be diverted further into their own community and away from their neighborhood school. Transportation will continue to be massively impacted. When we don't have a neighborhood school when we have that proximity problem, we're putting more kids on buses, and because they're on buses they're on buses for longer, and it's incredibly inefficient because if we're sending, let's take Sterling Ranch, if we're sending part of Sterling Ranch to Roxborough, part of Sterling Ranch to Trailblazer, and part of Sterling Ranch to Coyote Creek, I now have 3 times as many routes as I would have to have if we had the school right there in Sterling Ranch. So transportation is significantly impacted. We're continuing to have to add more and longer routes at a time when we don't have the drivers. The schools our students attend are continuing to age, and the capital needs are becoming more and more urgent. And as you guys know, the 2018 bond covered the backlog of the critical Tier 1 and Tier 2 through 2021. We currently have important capital needs identified through the Master Capital Plan all the way through 2028, some of which are from a backlog that was on before the 2018 bond. So that $300 million backlog will grow by an average of $35 million a year. And it impacts our ability to provide safe and adequate educational spaces for our students, which research shows is critical for learning and outcomes. The financial impacts of not passing a bond, inflation is $45 to $50 million a year. I very much appreciated the chart that Mr. Mugler showed, showing how the cost of an elementary school has increased so significantly. Those increases will continue into at least another year or two. So every year we wait, those increases are the cost to the district. The increasing the backlog, as you know, is $35 million a year. We spend about $1 million a year moving mobiles for capacity. Those larger crowded bus routes to overflowed schools cost us about $250,000 a year. The inability to buy and invest in new buses means that we spend about $2 million a year in maintenance on buses that we otherwise wouldn't have. So we wouldn't be spending $2 million a year in maintenance on those buses. If we had updated buses, then that $2 million a year goes away. Temporary building systems cost us $1 million a year. Increases in operation and maintenance costs are about $1 million a year. And of course, temporary school closures, you can't really put a cost on that. And the resulting decrease in the tax rate, so it'll have to drop again if we don't pass one, as it did 22, 23. It would have to drop again, and it will make it, every year we don't pass something and we have to continue to drop the tax rate, means that when we do eventually pass something, the impact on the taxpayers at the time of passing it will be significantly more. And so that's kind of what this shows. We'd have to drop our tax rate all the way to 3.8. So anytime in the future that we run a bond, that tax increase would be pretty significant. Because again, that ideal rate is somewhere around 9. The distance between 3.8 to 9 is very significant. Okay, so these are the next steps. The approval of the resolution regarding appointment of designated election official notice of intent, that happened tonight on consent agenda. It doesn't commit the Board of Education to doing anything. It just lets them know it's something that you guys are contemplating. We will be doing polling. After our last conversation, we will poll the 490 scenario and the 590 scenario with the 1.5 mil tax increase. We have a meeting on the books with Director Meek and Director Moore to talk, to work together on those polling questions. We've worked with the pollster to get to a starting place, and we've fed in the new language that we have. And so with Director Meek and Director Moore's help, we will go from there to figure out what's important to test at this point and what we know from the last poll and don't need to know again. And then August 13th, and again on the polling, we do plan to double the sample size as discussed at the last board meeting. August 13th will be a presentation on the July polling and a final staff recommendation. So we'll come back to you in August with one recommendation, depending on the polling. So based on the polling, we'll come back to you with one recommendation. That doesn't mean that the other scenario is out of your grasp. It's just, we're making our recommendation. And then August 27th is when an election resolution would be put together to place the bond on the ballot, and the bond plan, the final bond plan, would be put in front of you for approval. And actually, as I was shouting out COO Cosgrove and staff for putting together all those dollars, I actually want to do a really, really huge shout out to our communications department. The bond plan is beautiful. They did an amazing job putting that together, very much on a tight timeline. And so I really appreciate it. At a tight timeline where I'm feeding them spreadsheets of numbers, over and over that are changing. So I'm really, really grateful. August 27th would be those two things. And then finally, we would recommend, of course, that the Board of Education extend the charter for the Mill Bond Oversight Committee to potentially oversee the new bond. And of course, fair campaign practices, as always, kicks in when you all vote. And at that appropriate time, we will get all the information as we do each time, because this is our third one in a row. We will get all the information out to staff at the appropriate time for fair campaign practices. And that is my presentation on where we're at with the two options and sort of the nitty-gritty details. What questions can I answer? I'm sure you have a million.
Thank you first. That was a lot of information.
Yeah.
Just a couple questions. One, I know you answered this, but I'm just clarifying. The elementary school that you will be putting in, you're going to put it in Ridgegate and it will also serve the canyons? Is that what I heard?
We will actually, I had a typo on my slide. We will be putting it in Ridgegate and it will serve Ridgegate. As long as the canyons is being served well in terms of capacity with Buffalo Ridge and Timber Trail, we would leave that alone for now.
Okay. And then secondly, I don't expect an answer to this question, but the DAC brought up a question the other night when we talked about polling, and it was around if a bond is not passed this year and we have to put one on next year, what would the cost be for taxpayers if we wait until next year? Knowing that this year there's no tax increase, right? What would it be? And I don't, like I said, you don't have to.
Actually, I can evaluate that pretty quickly, or at least back of the napkin math that for you, because it would drop to a tax rate of 3.8. In order to put a $490 million bond on, it would have to go back up to 6.7. So it's probably about a 3 mil tax rate increase. That is that's very much an estimate, but it's a pretty decent estimate.
Great. So when you give your final presentation, maybe that would be a good.
Include that information. Okay, we'll make a note of that. Thank you.
Thought. And that's what I had. Anybody else? Director Thompson.
Thank you for the presentation. I appreciated that we circled back to some topics that were discussed in presentations from months ago, especially like how new schools get built and just kind of resetting the stage and the context behind everything. So I appreciated that. I have some questions. I feel like they kind of bounce around a little bit, so I apologize for that. Let's see here. Well, let's start with some of the clarifying questions. First one's easy. Who helps write the bond language?
Oh, we have bond counsel that works with us. We use Butler Snow for our bond counsel.
Thank you.
So they help us with that, and we work on it as well.
Thank you. Just for our audience to hear. When we're talking about the two different amounts, the 490 versus 590, I guess I'm trying to think how to shape this question. So what would the timeline look like for, let's start with the 590. What would the timeline look like for school construction, let's just say, of the 3 elementary schools?
That is a really, really good question. Thank you for that. And actually, I meant to answer that during my presentation. So actually, I'd like to start with the improvement of the consolidated schools in Highlands Ranch. Those grand openings would happen in 2026. And then 2027 would be the openings of 2 of the elementary schools and Sierra. Should a 3rd elementary school be included, because when you pick the $590 million bond, that school would open likely the following year, 2028.
Okay, and then if it's the 490 and then the higher amount, when would Crowfoot, I believe?
Crowfoot would be the last one. It would be
So it'd be like-
2028.
So I know, but if we pass the 490 first and then the other one, so are we looking like a 5 to 6 year?
Oh, I
on
see.
top of so instead of 2028, like an additional X amount of year?
Yeah, thank you. That's a really good question. So in my hypothetical, we hypothetically did a bond 4 years later in 2028. And so that would mean the soonest a school could open would be 31, fall of 31.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that context. And then for transportation was another thing that was discussed as, okay, so let me backtrack. So scenario C, I appreciated all the values on the cost of if a bond doesn't pass. So thank you for that. It really helped provide context. And one of the comments, or one of the points was transportation and the cost of transportation. I'm also curious how transportation access in other areas is being impacted based off of, we know we have a bus driver shortage, et cetera, in scenario C. I don't expect you necessarily be able to answer that right now, but.
Actually, I can answer that. How it's, so every time we add a route to transportation, it takes us that much longer to be able to restore a rolling blackout. So if you think about, all of our routes, almost all of our routes have rolling blackouts going, right? And we want to restore those rolling blackouts as quickly as we can based on the bus drivers that we're able to get in the door, and we're getting ourselves into a good position where we're feeling pretty optimistic about the fall and the winter. However, every time a route is added due to a proximity void, that's one bus driver that we now have to use for that route instead of using that driver to restore a rolling blackout route. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And then for some of the things that were mentioned, or one of the items mentioned in both A and B was the capacity for bridge in phase 3. And I was just curious, what does the capacity look like without phase 3?
We have to, in order to accommodate more bridge students, we have to make the improvements in phase 3. That's the best I can answer without getting back to you later.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, sorry, guys. You had mentioned at the very beginning of the presentation about the size of a new school construction. Do you mind just briefly going over that one more time, just so I have clarity on it?
The
size of a school.
the square feet of the new school. I'm going to let COO Cosgrove talk about the potential square feet of a new school, which is an approximation.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. So keep in mind, Clear Sky Elementary, Sage Canyon, Stone Mountain, Mammoth Heights, our latest prototype is 73,000 square feet. Based on a capacity analysis and the changing staff over the recent years to educate our learners, we're targeting 75,000 square feet for a 750 student elementary school, either PK5 or PK6.
Thank you. As we have discussed previously, we're always doing our planning with the lens of having pre-K, of getting to a place where we have pre-K in every single one of our schools, and so that's part of that. The schools that COO Cosgrove mentioned are our biggest schools, and again, looking forward, we'd like to go that way rather than a lot of smaller schools where we will have a lot of trouble 20 years down the road.
Director Geiger?
First of all, this is, every time you do this, it gets better.
Thank
It gets more clear, and I appreciate that. Even those of us who have been kind of steeped in this for the last few years, this is the best we've seen. A couple other additional points that I want to make clear about. Even if we build Sterling Ranch, that will only temporarily, we're still going to be busing some kids, correct?
That is correct. We actually almost have enough elementary students in Sterling Ranch to fill 2. So yes, we will make as much capacity as we can with the 1, which may include mobiles and such, as we work towards a plan for a second school in Sterling Ranch.
And as I understand the boundaries in Sterling Ranch, even building a elementary school in Sterling Ranch at the designated site, will be sufficient growth to maintain the health of both Roxborough and Coyote Creek and Trailblazer on the west side of Highlands Ranch, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So we're going to, basically, we've got enough students to keep all 4 of those schools healthy.
Sterling Ranch is a really great example of that tightrope between proximity and capacity being a win on both sides.
Okay. One thing that people might ask, on our last bond, we talked about an elementary school in Crystal Valley. I understand that the capacity there, the capacity needs have decreased, but also in the 590 bond, we'd be addressing some of that with the middle school improvement, correct?
Ish, almost. Yes, you are right. We removed, the school in Crystal Valley was very much needed for proximity. However, it is not needed for capacity. Crystal Valley is almost fully built out, and we have been able to successfully absorb all of those students between, I believe it's Rock Ridge and South Ridge Elementaries and Mason Middle School. And which one? Oh, Castle Rock Elementary. So we've been able to absorb all of the students from Crystal Valley with those schools. And in fact, if we do build a neighborhood school in Crystal Valley, it would present challenges for those 3 schools, because it would suddenly, unlike in Sterling Ranch, it would suddenly take so many students from those 3 schools that now we would have some small school challenges with those schools. So again, this is part of that tightrope. In the 590 bond, we do include improvements for Southridge Elementary so that we can continue to absorb kind of that last piece of that growth.
Just an observation. Earlier tonight, we had this room full on one highly contested issue. It is now only 8:45, and for those 30 people watching, room's empty. I wish we could get feedback on this issue, which impacts every one of our kids and hundreds of thousands of kids in the future, the way we did recently on a more politically charged, but I think less vital issue. I appreciate that you continue to work on this. I hope we can continue to find a way to do it. And those of you who are watching at home, pay attention closely. Thank you.
Director Meek?
Well, first off, thank you. This is excellent, excellent presentation. It's clear so much time and energy has gone into developing this from the staff, so thank you all. I think having a clear and transparent presentation like this is exactly what's needed for our voters to make an informed decision about this topic, which has always been so challenging for us to communicate to the community. So I just really want to thank you for all of that work. A few questions around the programming expansion for growth and decline topic. Really happy to see that in here, because that is something that I've heard, I'm sure many of us have heard from the community. And it's a critical topic to include. And I think I heard you say there will be a process for including the impacted communities so they can have some agency in how their community can best utilize those dollars. Roughly, what does that look like, and what is the timeline?
Thank you very much for that question. As you know, the timeline on growth and decline is, we'll show you some policy, we'll look at some policy work next year in November, December kind of timeframe. And those policies will give staff the guidance that we need to make a recommendation, and that recommendation would be made somewhere around April or May of 2025, but it wouldn't be effective until the fall of 2026. So there's an entire school year where the 2 communities are still in their separate buildings, but where we are deploying every resource at our disposal to work side by side with the staff and the families to help facilitate and give them whatever they need in terms of coming together. So at the beginning of, after you all make a decision in the spring of 2025, we would begin the process of outreach of what do you need? How can we help make this process as easy as possible? And part of that will be, what is your vision? Because both communities, it's our hope that both communities will be entering a new school. It'll be the destination school, but with improvements of whatever it is that that community hopes for. That's our intention, to do it with the with the input and working together really with that, those combined communities, and seeing what their needs are and what their hopes are for their kids. And then our hope is that in the fall of 2026, we're doing a very significant celebratory opening of these newly improved buildings with 2 communities in them.
So I need some time to process that. It feels a little late to wait that long and then ask for input and then have things in place for 2026. I don't know if, anyway, I need more details and this isn't the time for that. So it's just a really important topic that I know we get lots and lots of questions on. But sticking to this topic, scenario B, bond language, I think it's slide 24. It sounds like you have worked with bond counsel to have them look at the language, and typically there will be, the beginning of the sentence will be in all caps, right?
Actually, the entire question, every letter of the entire question will be in all caps, and we don't have any flexibility in that regard.
Sure. Okay, that's helpful. When we see this next time, it might be helpful to see it
Have it in all
exactly
caps.
how it would show on the ballot, just to help. So then going back to scenario A, bond language on slide 20, would that all be in caps as well?
All of these questions under
All
Tabor have to be in all caps.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to confirm that.
No, it's a fair question.
And then for scenario C, I really appreciate the next slide, I believe, goes into some of those costs. I think that's really, really helpful. I'm wondering, loss of opportunities for communities that are impacted by growth and decline, like if there's a way to capture that in some regard. And maybe it's here and I just didn't see it.
No,
but
I think that it isn't laid out quite that way, so I appreciate that feedback too. Loss of opportunity
for communities
and students due to growth and decline. Thank you.
Because that is something that is real.
It is, and something I also didn't mention here, Director Meek, that I think goes along with what you're saying is one of the impacts is that we're having to move center-based programming around based on that growth and decline, and we'd really like to provide stable environments for every single one of our students. So I appreciate that.
And I think as we think about polling questions, maybe getting a little more thought and clarity around some of those topics would be helpful with some of the polling that I know we want to get out in the field. And then, what programming will be compromised or cut? And I know people don't want to hear that, but I mean, if we don't have funds, we have to take funds from operation to pay for emergency and, certain areas. So is there something that you feel like we could say will be compromised and potentially cut if we need to divert those operational funds into these areas?
Let me think about that one and talk that over with staff. That's a challenge. We'll talk it over and see if we can think of something. It's just so hard to say exactly what that would look like years from now. And if you say it, then it needs to happen. And so I just want to be really careful about cutting things for students is always the last resort for everything that we do. So I appreciate the question. It's very valid.
Totally get it. My last comment, and I appreciate President Williams bringing up the question from DAC, right? So if we don't go to the ballot this year and we wait for 2025, what would that cost be? I could see that as being something interesting to poll on for taxpayers to see if that is meaningful.
Okay.
And that's it for me.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate the presentation.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
All right, moving on to agenda item 34, President reports. The board has a retreat scheduled for July 20th. Agenda planning for the retreat will be 10:30 a.m. on July 2nd. In addition, last Thursday, there was a DAC meeting. Director Meek and I had the opportunity to ask for feedback on both the bylaws and the polling results. And I will get the questions to the district this week in regards to the questions around bylaws so that we can have a good, robust discussion at our retreat. And then we also talked about, Dr. Kirby came and talked about the site rubrics, and Mr. Reynolds talked to us about the UIP update. So that was that, and I would just like to say to everyone, enjoy the summer. Hopefully everyone has time to spend with their family and their friends, and they can feel rejuvenated in August. So that's all I have. Director Weiniger.
I had pretty quiet or not much going on these past couple weeks, so I don't have any committee updates. Director Thompson attended FOC on behalf of the board last Thursday, so looking forward to hearing her update there. And yeah, I think I have a Partnership Douglas County Governments meeting in July, and then looking forward to the board retreat on the 20th.
All right, we will start, I think, on your end this time, Director Meek.
Great. Well, you already mentioned the DAC meeting, which happened recently. I can't think of anything else to add to that one. Director Myers and I met with the Student Advisory Group leadership team. So there are 4 student leaders who will basically lead their peers next year for the Student Advisory Group. And we met with them, and Mark Blair is now part of our adult planning team. And we had a wonderful half-day meeting yesterday, getting started, thinking about what the goals are, ways to elevate student voice, just getting things organized and structured. So a huge shout out to Mark Blair for getting us very organized with how we'll communicate and keep everyone up to speed. But the students are just phenomenal. They are ready to run next year. Very excited to be working with them. We also reviewed some feedback. We did a little interactive activity at the end of SAG where individuals voted on, well, they all came up with ideas of things they definitely wanted to keep or improve for next year. Food was on the list as a motivator. But, you know, they also mentioned they really want to make sure the meetings are engaging and interactive, and having opportunities to have even subgroups present throughout the year. And so they had lots of great ideas that we started talking about, and I'm sure Director Myers will add to my update. But again, a huge thank you to all of our staff. It's the end of the school year. You maybe get a month. Most of you don't have more than a week or 2 over the summer, but I hope you make the most of the downtime that you do have, and I hope you know that you're all very, very appreciated.
Director Thompson.
All right, thank you. So I wanted to start by saying congratulations to our Eagle Academy graduates. I was able to attend with Director Geiger. A major kudos to Principal Broker. Those students acknowledged him repeatedly throughout that graduation, thanked him. I mean, it was very touching to see that. It was held at Legacy Campus. It was a really nice venue. I enjoyed the fact that I could see staff's faces and the families' faces during the ceremony, which I found very touching. I must say those students have a leg up in the world when it comes to resilience. I also think that Eagle Academy is a really great example of the impact that a safe and welcoming school can have on academic achievement. And so I was just so very impressed So thank you again to Principal Broker and staff there. Major kudos. That was an amazing ceremony. And I'm trying not to get upset, like emotional, thinking back on it. And then I also wanted to say thank you again to all of our outgoing committee members that we recognized at the beginning of the meeting today. Thank you so much for your service and dedication to our school district. And then for our FOC meeting, we did have an FOC meeting since the last board meeting. We looked at, they identified members to sit on the audit committee. They voted on some committee positions. We saw a presentation on the state's interest-free loan program and understanding how that works, how funding is distributed, new ways that funding is going to be distributed from state equalization. We also saw that final revised budget that was reviewed with those updates that we saw tonight. Bylaws conversation, which all that information was forwarded, some of their feedback. And moving forward, they're going to be looking at operational procedures to be discussed when the FOC regroups after the summer.
Director Myers.
I believe, and Mary might have to help me with this, we are, as of June 30th, will fulfill our IGA, is that what they were going to say it, with REMSL, Rocky Mountain School of Expeditionary Learning, and we did in this past year hire a new director as Mr. Chad Burns did resign, and so a great year, great, it's always a pretty eclectic board because we have Aurora and Littleton and Cherry Creek and Denver and Douglas County, and actually Cherry Creek and Douglas County will no longer be on that REMSL board, but we're accommodating our kids here in Douglas County. As Director Meek pointed out, we are working diligently with SAG, and these kids are really great to be working with, and I think that they were open to a lot of our new ideas. They're kind of hanging on to some of the other stuff, but what we're looking forward to is maybe building some leadership skills with these kids and getting them going on the path in their individual schools of really listening to every voice within the school and understanding it's not necessarily about just their passion, but they have to start looking within their school with those kids that have other voices also. And I maybe would like to address one of our public commenters tonight, because I believe everyone on this board that I know of has been to either a DC Oaks, Eagle Academy, or one of our other alternative school graduations. And even when I finished my career in Douglas County and still continued to substitute teach and be at especially DC Oaks, I did see, like Director Thompson pointed out tonight, the resiliency that these kids have. And they do have a leg up because they've been through things just like I hope online, those kids, the kids that I meet in DCYI, they do have, and I think we all recognize that they have those qualities that they have had to endure through trials that some of us cannot even understand. And yet they're going to be able to get out there in the communities and be successful and get an education because they know how important it is. But have a great summer, staff and students, teachers. Before you know it, it's going to be the end of the summer and we're back doing our thing again. So just enjoy the summer the best you can.
Director Geiger.
The only thing I would add about Eagle, which, again, if I talk too much, I'll break up, because they do a great job of including the students. The speakers are so good. They adore the staff there. It's absolutely clear. They do their awards right before the graduation ceremony. So Director Thompson and I were able to see some of that. Medals and cords and all that stuff are somewhat new to an old guy like me, but it's wonderful to watch all the appreciation, all the acknowledgement, everything else. Again, for kids who went through some tough one kid spoke about being, how did he put it, movie bullied out of one of the other high schools, or shoved in a locker kind of thing. But each one had come a long way. One talked about spending a night in a police car. And that's, Again, every graduation is different. Everyone is unique, from the big neighborhood schools to the charter schools to our alternatives. They're wonderful. We did have an LRPC meeting on the 5th. Most of what they did, you saw tonight on the master capital plan. The other thing, and I'll let Director Moore talk more about that, as we heard from the Douglas County Planning presentation, which, it being LRPC, they could have kept the Douglas County planner there another 2.5 hours. But I'll let Director Moore talk a little bit about more of that presentation.
Director Moore?
Yeah, all I have really is LRPC in the last few weeks since we met at the end of May. But the meeting that Kurt Wykenut from Douglas County Planning did was fabulous. He gave us a lot of history about how Douglas County got to where it is today. But he also talked about some of the changes and little pockets of development that are still left in Douglas County, because there aren't a lot, but there are some. Some of the probably most valuable ones have been gobbled up by Parker and Lone Tree. But he did talk a little bit about an emerging development that is going to be along Highway 85, south of Highlands Ranch, on the east side of Highway 85 near Airport Road, about 500 units of a housing development there, which, as a crow flies, the two closest schools would be if we had a school in Sterling Ranch or Sedalia. I'm not sure really where that would work out, because they're technically, on the east side of Highway 85, but you would access this new neighborhood, it looks to me like, off of Highway 85. But interesting little development there, where right now it's just kind of rolling hills, and you wouldn't, in some ranchettes, you wouldn't expect housing development there, but there is a plan there. And then he also talked about the emerging issue of affordable housing in Douglas County, and that the cities that surround northern Douglas County, Parker and Lone Tree, Centennial, all have pockets of affordable housing, but Douglas County in the northern part doesn't have a lot yet. And there's an emerging trend in the Inverness and Meridian Business Park to convert some of the business and office space tower property there, to either convert it to residential housing or scrape it and rebuild, with the idea of residential housing and other resources up there over time. And when you look at the map you showed us, it's really the last significant pocket where affordable housing could go. So we may see, if there's going to be a school, in the canyons, this area isn't, or not in the canyons, I'm sorry, what'd you say? Ridgegate, yeah. I apologize. That may be one of the closest proximity schools, because up in that Meridian Business Park area, there aren't any other schools other than if you go to Lone Tree or over to Parker or Stonegate. So we may see some changes there. LRPC will kind of be paying attention to that, but it was good to hear on the front end what county is seeing on their planning side, and they're starting to see little pieces of redevelopment in that area, and he thinks that's going to be a trend. So it was good. The only other thing we talked about at LRPC of significance was our request for changing of the bylaws, to blend in our standard bylaws, and then also the other items that were in the bylaws into a standard operating procedure type format. Wasn't a super popular idea, but they understood where we were coming from. They just asked for a little bit of time to work on that. So it'll probably be sometime, I would say, in the fall, wouldn't you think, Director Geiger? So that's it.
Great, thank you. Yes.
If I may, I just wanted to get a little bit of clarification on whether we have asked for a legal memo on the missing the deadlines for the anti-discrimination and harassment policies. And I just bring it up now because we as a board do not have the ability to have conversations and make decisions outside of our opportunities to sit here. So I just really would like to have clarity on whether we are asking our legal counsel to provide us a legal memo that would explain what ramifications exist for being out of compliance, I guess, with the most current laws that have deadlines coming up. So is the board amenable to asking for a legal memo so we can be informed? Potentially, if it's even possible by the end of this week, because really we only have one more week whereby we would have the opportunity to call a special meeting if, once we learn what the ramifications are, we decide that we would like to do that.
Sorry, are you asking me? I mean, I didn't ask specifically for that. No, I mean, I did not ask for that, but.
Right? This is our only opportunity as a board to decide if we would like to do that. So I just wanted to bring it up. I, as one board member, feel like it's my fiduciary responsibility to know what legal ramifications exist to not meeting deadlines.
Director Moore?
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that. My only thought process when I talked about further legal input was maybe legal input not only from Council Komesh and her staff, but also maybe a constitutional attorney, because I think we have separate conflicting issues, areas of expertise. It may take a little time for us to actually do that full, if we go that far, that full review, but that's what I was specifically referring to, was a little bit of a dual approach. I wasn't thinking specifically about the deadline issue as much as I was thinking about the broader picture of the statute, some of the legalities and concerns in the statute, and then versus the federal Title IX and where its applications would reach or should reach. So those were my logics. I hadn't even given much thought to the deadline.
Yeah, I think
Legal
that's why I
opinion.
didn't ask specifically for something this week, because I have a lot more questions than just what the ramifications are, but more about implications moving forward. Director Geiger?
I think I would agree with Director Meek that I think we need, if possible, a very narrow opinion as soon as is reasonably possible about if there are any clear statutory or other consequences for our failure to meet the July 1st deadline for the bullying. I think those other issues might be raised later, but I think it would be helpful to us. I don't see any way we're going to comply with the deadline. I don't think we can do so with reasonable ability given the status. But if we're going to blow the deadline, I'd like to know if there are any consequences that can be imposed and how they would be imposed. And that seems to me like a much more narrow issue we can address now. And then the constitutional issues and other matters perhaps down the road.
Superintendent Kane?
We can provide a narrow memo on the opinion of missing the deadlines. However, providing one by the end of the week will be significantly challenging.
Yeah, I think that even, by the end of the month would be helpful.
We can do one by
Before the deadline.
We can do one by the end of the month. Thank you.
Which is a week from Friday, right? The end of,
Yeah. What it is? Yeah. There you go, by the end of the month.
right, so, okay.
There you go. Is that helpful?
It is. I think it helps show our public that, we take our responsibilities seriously and we're not just ignoring, the deadlines that we have been told we have and we know are looming. Removing these topics from the agenda, it basically eliminated our ability to have this conversation, right? With just even having a conversation on the topic. So I appreciate that we're able to at least ask now for a legal memo to help us identify what the ramifications are for our decision that we made this evening.
Okay, great. Moving on to item number 37, convene an executive session. The recommendation is that the Board of Education convene an executive session, a closed session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402 4FI, to discuss a personnel matter specifically for the purpose of conducting the superintendent's evaluation. Individuals who will be present in the closed session are all 7 board members and Superintendent Kane. Do I have a motion to move into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Weiniger, second by Moore. Roll call, Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. That concludes open session.